Hello, 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 and welcome back. I'm gonna be getting some programming. It is a programming stream today. However, just to start off, I'm finishing up what I was doing. It's going to be laggy for the first little bit, just because my computer doesn't like the idea of streaming and Star Rail in general, and now I'm also adding the silliness that is VTubing to that mix. It's probably going to be a bit of a rough time. I'm just getting the last little bit of this stuff done. So we'll be done with it shortly and then we'll get on to it. I actually still haven't figured out, by the way, what the plan is for today. I've got a couple of ideas, but we will see as we go a little bit further in. But yes, hello, hello. Sure, bugger, I'll leave it at that. So yeah, we're just doing this as me finishing off my dailies going into the stream. So don't worry about it. Should be nice and quick. Because I believe this is the second boss? Yes. Boss. What's this game? This is Star Rail. So fun fact, before every stream, I play like 20-30 minutes of this game every single day. This is one of the first things I do when I wake up. But today I had a rough morning and there's a couple of things I need to finish off before the reset. Because I believe in about an hour's time, I won't be able to get the rewards from this anymore. Because this is the special sim uni. I haven't done much of the new stuff, admittedly, so don't ask too much about that. I've literally all I've done in the new story is gone to the new planet and done nothing else. I had to pause the story. I only played for like 20-30 minutes of it so far, at most. Never played. It's a good game. It is gacha, and it is made by the same people that did Genshin, so if those are things that turn you off, they're gonna turn you off probably, regardless of what I have to say. But it is definitely, for what it is, it's pretty solid. I've enjoyed playing it. It's nice in the mornings as well because it's a gacha game. Regardless of its gacha element, it's a game that I can put on, play a little bit of, and get my like morning wake up cycle going without being like hugely invested. Because like with Warframe, for example, I would have to really focus. Which, yeah, that's basically me saying I love this game because it has autopilot. And it's a pretty decent autopilot, I have to say. How much do I have? I could probably go to this. P5X Global, please. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that did look kind of interesting. I will say I'm probably never gonna truly stick to another gacha game unless, like, so something I've said quite heavily over one of my friends that plays way too many gacha games. Because the reason why I say way too many is because he does spend a lot of money in each. Which is definitely something that concerns me some days. But I probably am never going to truly pick up more gacha games just because I've had so many negative experiences with them in general. And while there's a lot of interesting design decisions you can learn from gacha games, do not underestimate what you can learn from a gacha game. I personally don't think I would benefit from putting money into anymore. I've put a lot of money into I've put enough money into this one. I've put a few hundred into it over the entire span. And call me on that if you want. But like, when I say a few hundred, I mean like, in the entire span of this game existing, I have probably put like maybe $300-400 in it, right? Now you could say that's a lot. Keep in mind that's New Zealand, so basically half that, and that's what it is USD. So it may not sound quite as bad when you take that into consideration. Genshin's combat feels clunky. I have to say, after playing Withering Waves, I feel like if you were to compare those two combats, I think Withering's nicer. Because it reminds me a lot of Nier Automata. Which was a very fluid combat architecture. I love Nier Automata's combat. I've never played Genshin, so I can't comment really to that. Like what it is in comparison, yada yada yada. Just because that's not fair on me judging something that I don't know, right? Like, I've seen bits and pieces from it externally, but that's it, right?
Feeling lucky. Feeling lucky.
But yeah, like, there's a few characters in this game that I really love, and I just like the design of them, I like the playstyle of them, everything, right? I like Aventurine. Aventurine's a really cool concept to me. Fei Xiao's also, like, pretty much my favorite character, both in gameplay and in story.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
I just absolutely love that sort of character. Acheron's a really cool one, and I think all about her is really awesome. Again, the game's going to be really awkward and laggy, and so is the model. I'm not going to try and even bother fixing it, because this is just me finishing up my daily. We'll be done shortly. Once that's done, we'll move on to the gameplay stuff. One thing I have heard complaints about with this game, which is interesting, is like how excessively visual it is, which I don't personally find as a problem. Because seeing pretty things is kind of hard not to like, sometimes. And then, at worst comes to worst, oh, this character's got like an excessively thing, like, just don't get them then. This is... I think that's my thing that I don't understand about some people with these games, is it's just like, oh, I don't like this character, like, narratively, or all that sort of stuff, so no one should get this character. It's like, no, 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 no. If you don't like the character, don't get it. Don't tell other people what they should and shouldn't do. And it's like, yeah, but the character's like, I still love So one character in this game caused a huge controversy. Well, a few characters have, but one that I remember the best is a character called Sparkle. Well, that's their English name. Hanabi, I believe, is their Japanese. That character is basically part of a terrorist organization, and she, like, actively talks about blowing everything up. She is a lunatic. Like, just straight up is a lunatic. And I find her as a very fun character. I think her gameplay is quite interesting, but she is just a simple buff. And then I think overall, she is literally designed to be a villain in terms of character.
Why not have a meal?
Or, let me correct, not a villain, a anti-hero, antagonistic force, stuff like that, right? Non-aligned character does what they want to do. Great, love it. But the problem is a lot of people are like, oh, well, they did this or that, and admittedly, those are really bad and messed up things. But that's kind of the point, right? So I always find that really interesting that people can assign these sorts of larger scale things to these that sort of stuff, and I'm just sitting there like, how does that change anything? Appearance. Fuck it. I could go on the escapade, but you know. Oh, it broke. Oh no, that was the first boss earlier, so this is the second boss. I mean, we should be able to speed through from here quite easily. Wow. Yeah, just none of these have been all that impressive, huh? I kinda wish I hadn't re-rolled at all now. Sure, I'll take that one. Duh, 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 duh. Just gonna replace the healing ones because I literally don't have any inherent healing in this kit. Very cool. Oh, I also. Oh, I didn't even realize I had fucking things up there. Okay. I have no health and no energy. Let's go. And I'm gonna leave it on auto. Oh.
Since you're already here,
I don't think I've got any healing at all. Whoa. Like, I don't even have the DOT healing.
I weep for the departed.
I have some form of healing because everyone's full health now. Oh, I think it's on kill healing. I think I've got that one, maybe?
since you're already here,
Yeah, Robin's a character I absolutely love in the lore, and just like, I mean, she's not
or maybe I'll take
amazingly incredible as a character design, for like her combat and everything. I will say that, but there's also like nothing to complain about with it. I just love her ult. Her ult's fun, and it's always cool to have the music in the background.
Still water.
It's on me. More season.
Yeah, if you're wondering, that is very laggy on my end as well. I just gotta roll with it. What the hell? Oh, Remembrance. This is a new one. Interesting.
This is what exploring the cosmos is all about.
This is what exploring the cosmos is all about. Yes, that's the other healing one I could have gotten, but you know, doesn't matter. I can re-roll again one more time, I think. Yeah. Wow. Nothing great. Alright. Can't go to the shop. Let's go to the occurrence. Fuck it. I do like this little booster thing that they've given for the very end of this. So if you're wondering why when I go into a domain, so normally you don't get this, but because of this setting, when I go into domains, I get bonuses. It's a good decision. I think it's good to add for the end of the event. I do not think it's a good thing to have around the rest of the time. Because it's basically your team gets buffs. I think it's like an increase to your final damage multiplier, which is really insanely high. I think it's a little bit of DR, and then it's like you get a blessing, a curio, and 100 cosmic fragments every single time.
Feeling lucky. Feeling lucky.
Nice curio. Alright. I fight everything. I refuse to not fight. But yeah, like, I know the stream's super laggy.
Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
Because I can see all of my stuff on my end is just dying as well. I can see it like 50% of the frames have dropped.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
And they're like barely anything's coming through. Please, this kind of... It'll make it a little bit more manageable. Yeah. VTuber's gonna hide away for a little bit while we get get through this and finish it. Yes, I think that was the one that healed me.
Feeling lucky. Feeling lucky.
All right.
Feeling lucky.
Always fight. Always fight.
Harmony and unity. Stars echo.
Yeah, this is the problem with these runs, is they just take so
Since you're already here, why not have a
simulated universe ones. Even if I'm able to do nuclear bomb attacks like this.
bust? Or maybe I'll take it all.
I weep for the departed.
Man.
Feeling lucky. Feeling lucky. Feeling lucky.
I do love Aventurian skill, but good lord. The fact that I have Gasher as my skill. Okay. Alright. End of the run now. Or near the end of the run.
Feeling lucky.
Almost done. Alright. Discord sent now. I did see you send me a message, but I'm probably not gonna look at it right now. Okay. Upgrade you and upgrade that, and then finish this run, which should mean I get. Is this enough to finish the pass? Should be pretty close. I don't think the pass is the thing that I should worry about, though. I think it's specifically this thing, because the pass, I believe, still got, like, another month. There is just shit going on at that point. What the hell? Alright. Hey, Warzone.
Stream
There we
forward.
go.
Lean gold blades.
Look at it, I urge you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. You urging me more like that makes me less inclined.
No dirty tricks, right?
Stars echo.
What you're doing right now, Mello, is quite equivalent to poking me and just going, hey, can you, hey, you got games on your phone? Hey, you got games on your phone? Hey.
I weep for the departed.
If I was going to answer, I'll get to it once I'm done what I'm doing, which is what I've already said.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Watch your bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Thinking create a new Vocaloid? Dude, Vocaloid's awesome.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Another blood debt repaid.
Okay, is that enough to finish off what I needed to do? Hey, that's the pass done. Cool. Okay, once this is done, collect the rewards. I think I get one quick gacha roll and then we quit out.
Short respite, then time for the next.
And then I can finally boot up the VTuber avatar again. God, the game does not. You can see the fucking wheel of doom there. How rough this is going. Alright. One quick gacha pull? Yeah, one quick gacha pull. For fuck's sakes. Dude, I am like in the 80s for that pity. Stream's rough too. I've been talking about that for the last 20 minutes, Milo. I understand that you were probably not there for most of it, but yes, well done. You have become aware of something that is very, very obvious to everyone involved. There's a reason I don't play this game on stream anymore. It's because it genuinely ruins my computer and it ruins my experience of the game, but I just needed to finish off that last bit. Because some of the best cutscenes from the like the later parts of one of the story things, I had to go through super fucking laggy, and it really didn't make me happy. I love the game a lot. Like I said earlier, I play this game like 20-30 minutes every day. So I just need to do the last thing to quit out. There we go. Give my computer a little bit of time for recovery point, and I'll switch on my screen and the VTuber. Relaunch VTube Studio. Okay, drag that over there. Also set up music. Why is it telling me to go to Mitre 10? No, media player. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I finally watched the Venom movie last night, the new one. That was interesting. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Now I need to do all of the stuff to bring my computer back into line. Okay. Why are you rocketing up to 60% right now, computer? specifically OBs. How's the game recently? Still polishing the last stuff or do something new? I mean, I'm still working on stuff in the background that are massive overhauls to AI, how it's gonna handle. Aside from that, it's just been implementing bosses. We're now at the stage where, outside of art assets, the 5th boss is added. So I do want to see if I can do potentially something to fix a few things. Yeah, that's the main thing. Okay. Yes, I know Hatsune Miku has been put into Fortnite, and also adding me inside of DMs is redundant because it pings me already. But yeah, no, I know Hatsune Miku's in there, and I know I promised that I'll play Fortnite when she's in. She's been in for like half a week now. I just don't have the money to play right now. Or money to get me, Miku to play. You'll play Fortnite finally then? Exactly what I just said is the answer to that. I know that obviously I said that before you, it's in the message, but that's it. Once I have the money, I will. That's why it's not on the list right now either. Because I just can't afford to do it for the next like 2 weeks. Oh, at least. Oh, this seems to have broken. That stuff, and so is this, and so is this. On the list. I mean, boosters aren't on the list. I bought some the other week because I had the little bit spare and I felt like I needed something. I get boosters every time I play Friday Night Magic. And that's it. I don't tip. Like, I've been buying a lot of Magic stuff recently, but it's also slowing down now because I don't have as much that I need to buy. Once I finish the last real large-scale purchase, which is like 20 bucks, I'm probably not going to be touching Magic again unless something weird happens and drastically changes things. Like, I'd like to get the, Aether Drift precons, but they're also not that, appealing to me, overall. You looking for any job, or you save drastically for now? Okay, if you want, like, my honest statement on that, so I have actually drafted up a lot of my stuff of what I'm gonna be doing. Give me a moment, I need to... And I'm happy to talk about some of that, because it is kind of like life decision stuff. Maybe it'll help other people when figuring this sort of stuff out. I'm just finishing getting everything cleaned up. Because, like, I have it all on my private lists, but I can share some of it. Where's the primary screen? So, to explain kind of what my, like, life looks like at the moment and what I'm doing. So I am waking up at 5 a.m. I stream at 8 a.m. I stream often till, like, either 1 to, like, 3 p.m. is kind of an average here. And then I go to sleep now at, like, 10, 11 p.m. Like, this is pretty common for me at the moment. The time in between here, about 20 minutes of this is Honkai Star Rail. The rest is kind of a mix of Magic the Gathering research and game dev research. Quite a lot of this. Then obviously stream, and then the time in between here is probably like between 1 to 5 games of TFT. And with the intention of climbing ranked. And more game dev research. And art practice. Slash game assets. Like, that's kind of what my days look like at this point. You could do freelance coding or game assets for sale, I guess, if you want more free time. No, the exact inverse of what that is. Like, I've not got free time. That's the problem. Cause, like, you could argue, what about this stuff here? This is, I wouldn't call this free time really at this stage for me. And then this, and what I'm trying to do at the moment is I'm trying to nudge more things into these slots, so I'm not just doing stuff, because, like, doing game dev only and, like, this stuff, because I need some variety in my day-to-day, because the worst part as well is that for the last, like, 2 to 3 weeks, I've only been eating rice and pasta. No veggies, barely any protein, just these 2 things. To afford some of the bills that I had to pay out, and to, because it's just faster and easier to do this. It fills my stomach, I can get some work done. I am barely exercising. I am not really talking with friends as much at the moment, outside of, like, my Friday night stuff. This is not good. I am getting more and more workaholic and more depressed from this. This has been really bad, and it has led to a lot of issues. Model looks amazing. Thank you. It isn't mine. It is someone else. It is a asset over on Booth, if you're interested. But I did not create it. If you don't want to tell, then don't, but you'd live off a part-time job plus savings, or you need to work hard. So, this is why I say, like, what I've been looking at, jobs for a while, but the requirements I have for jobs is, and, like, this is me being kind of picky, but I kind of feel like I'm at the age where I can be a little bit more, picky. So it doesn't disrupt what I'm currently doing. And, is very, like, short. So, like, there's a reason why I haven't been able to find something easily, because it's really hard to find something in, my area that I'm in that doesn't hugely disrupt my day-to-day, and I can do in smaller amounts. Ironically enough, this is why I'm trying to finally go for my license, is so I can, just go do something like Uber Eats. Do that for like 3 hours every few days in the evening. Just genuinely my thought process. Aside from that, yeah, so on my list, like, I literally have written on my list these exact words. Like, that's literally my core things that I've got sitting there. Let's see, like, more general art practice, exercise more, eat better, less money on Magic the Gathering, save for PC upgrade, and practice singing more. So you say you'd still want to have the most of free time, most of the free time, or do you want non-tedious work? I'm a little bit confused. So, I don't have free time. Like, I don't give myself free time pretty much at all anymore. I get in very workaholic nature. So what I need is a job where I can turn my brain off. Doesn't disrupt my kind of general life here. So it means that, like, I don't get my streams impacted, which is because I do really enjoy streaming. And doesn't mean that potentially I have to, like, extend my time frame of how long I'm awake for. So, nightfall is just a no-go, stuff like that. And short time, there's a reason why I'm saying, like, 3 hours, like, maybe 10 hours a week total is what I feel like I'm capable of doing at the moment. Cause not to get too far into some stuff that I really don't think is correct to talk about on stream. But simply put, I have some medical conditions. And they kind of have me not able to do full time. Anymore. And and not overly physical. I literally cannot do those. You'd be able to turn off your brain at McDonald's. I've done it before, and that's not how that works, sadly. It's worse because I will be I'm the perfect kind of person to put on the counter at those places, and that's not the right place for me at this point. But yeah, like, due to medical conditions, I can't full-time work easily, and I can't do overly physical. Which is why, like I said, Uber would probably be a better bet, because while there are some physical expectations in that, for the most part, I should be able to easily reach that benchmark, and it's not full-time. There's also more to the medical stuff. There's a reason why depression has been a big deal at the moment for me. Because I've not been getting very positive news. And that's why I'm less, I'm taking worse and worse care of myself. That's the short answer. There's a video from that pirate actually posted really recently that has kind of helped shake me a bit in the right kind of way. If you give me a short second to find a comment, and you'll probably start figuring out very quickly what potentially is going wrong just from the way that video is framed, or what is being talked about in that specific clip. So I'm just going to use that for a split second. I'll bring it up. I'm sure it won't be too hard to find, because this channel has watched enough pirate software that I can probably find his channel relatively easy. Right? Surely. Don't give a shit about pirate software, good lord. The drama. I'm not interested in that shit. Okay, I think it's in here. Videos. This. Okay, I'm gonna let this clip play, and I am going to just kind of leave it at that.
I am 29 years old, and in September I found out I am in heart failure. It is a rare genetic condition called congestive heart failure, CHF, the same disease that took my father 11 years ago. I am trying to get on transplant list. There is more optimism for me since there has been so much advancement in medicine.
There has been.
I have picked up golf and planted aquariums as hobbies since I am now disabled. Any tips have squeezed the little bit more of life I have left?
Spend all of it like it's your last day, dude. That's a really terrible thing to be on. Being on a transplant list that young is very difficult. And I'm sorry that's happening to you. Legitimately so. I wish there was anything that we could do for you. And only thing I can do is say, hang out with people. Enjoy your time. Spend your time as wisely as you can. You know? That's about all you can do. And that's it. That's a really... Staring at mortality in the face is one of the scariest damn things you can do. Everybody wants to live forever, but, you know, none of us will.
How Thor I've arc you a lot.
Alright. You got a disability group or something like that? I know there are jobs that are looking for people like that, but for instance, they're so rare and wide. Yeah, so there's not really great options for me, and let's just say the government in New Zealand do not treat a lot of the situation I'm dealing with very well, because simply put, if you're given a timer, they only care if it's in the next 5 years. Even if that timer is not guaranteed or not very reliable, it's like, well, they've said that it's greater than 5 years, right? So you're fine. You're still like basically considered a normal working person, or should be working person. Yeah. I'm not going to go obviously hugely into detail with the medical stuff, because I've talked a fair bit about it in the past. Short answer is I've got heart-related problems. And I am also on the transplant list, but I'm super far behind on it because I have other outstanding issues, and I'm now getting to the age where I'm no longer considered high priority. Yeah. Could shake hands with this ill dude. I have my own existential problems. For instance, I recently got diagnosed with schizophrenia. Quite believe it. Yeah, schizophrenia is definitely a rough one. In a lot of ways. Like we're in an era where there are so many undiagnosed mental health, like mental related things, because it's just there's so many, and it's so hard because so many people don't feel comfortable talking about it a lot of the time, and because of that, we don't get more information about it, nor do we get people go, hey, that doesn't actually sound right, maybe you need to go talk to a professional. Stuff like that, which I stand by any time someone asks me about that stuff. I always go talk to a professional. I've studied in psychology well enough to know I cannot self-diagnose, nor can anyone. You need a professional to help you out. In fact, you probably need more than one professional to help you out, is the realistic thing. I've never had great luck with a lot of professionals that I've come across. And it sucks. But, yeah. There's not often easy answers for a lot of this stuff. And as Thor said there, it's something that I've really come to terms with over the last, like, almost 2 years now, especially the staring mortality in the face is something, no matter how much you may prepare for it, how much you may think you're ready for hearing that sort of thing, you are not ready. It will change how you think. It will impact you in a way that you cannot describe. And it recalculates all concept of values in your head. Because time is already finite. Your time on this planet is always finite. It always has been and always will be. But when you're actually given the number, or given a number to work off of, it can kind of impact that. And the closer that time is, and the more irregular that time may feel, the more it impacts. And yeah, that's something that I've wrestled with for a good while now. And I'd like to think I'm now in a more stable position for a lot of things, but there are things that still have me kind of unable to think, to understand, to work through. And there's a reason why that video, that little bit of that actually had me crying afterwards, after hearing it, because I'm not the only one out there with these kind of problems. God, no, I'm not. And I agree with that person there, as medical advancements are insane. There is a very good shout in the time frame I've been given. There comes out with something that resolves these issues. But yeah, like, the fact is, last year, well, not last year anymore, year before that, 2023 was one of the worst years of my life. And I was put on medication for my heart that basically I was told the only reason you should ever go off of this medication is when you're at like this kind of age point here, and that's purely because by the time the rebound effects occur, you're probably already dead. I went off of it. And because of that, I've done even more irreparable damage to my person. And I did not do it in the best of mindset. And I regret that thing, but it is what it is. Even if I'd only live 20 years longer, I'd take that. It's a long time if you think about it. I think you're getting somewhere. I got the experience. You got smart, be proud of yourself. Yeah, that's the thing, is... I agree with you, and I've gotten to a point where I can recognize that, but there is definitely something about having that told to you changes that. Like, I could list off how I'm probably supposed to be blind, like fully blind, in the next like 5 years. Stuff like that, right? Like, my body's fucked, and I'm trying to. There's a reason why I push myself as hard as I do sometimes, is because I want to squeeze out every last moment I can of me being able to even do this stuff. But then I just have people around me that actually do care about me and stuff like that. Does not matter how long how you live it. Fucking ChatGPT. Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, so in a simple sense, like, this is kind of what I'm living like at the moment, and it's not healthy. My sleep schedule is progressively getting worse. And my sleep quality has progressively gotten worse recently, and that's partly because of that mental health aspect. I mean, I'm still kind of in the recovery state of having lost both of my cats last year. Keeping in mind those cats they'd been with me for a very long time, and I was there when both of them were born. That's because that was when I was working for a cat breeder, and one of them was a gift, and one of them was, they had no home to go to, so I took them in. Because the person that had purchased the cat never came and picked them up. And then when they were too old to resell, so we had to figure out an answer, and I took him in. And that was Doctor. And he was one of the best personality cats I've ever met. And the fact that the people never came to pick him up is both a blessing and a curse. It's sad, and I'm glad for it at the same time. Because it's sad because he deserved better, but I'm glad because I got to spend his life with him. and he was an awesome cat. And Tori, again, the older of the two, she was there for some of my darkest days in my entire life and brought me back from points where I could never have come back from if it weren't for her. So, yeah, I will never forget those two. They were very important to me. There's a lot of people and animals in my life that I will never forget. I'm sure everyone's got that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's just been... last year was a very rough year, because it had its own reasons for being rough, but it also was coming off of the previous year, which was just awful. So yeah, I feel like I'm in a lot better of a state now, though. I do not go for therapy anywhere near as much as I should, probably, anymore. Something I probably should fix into the new year, but... yeah... But yeah, so... like, I've done my budgeting for the next, like, few weeks, because I always like doing my budgeting in advance. There's a reason why I'm saying the Fortnite thing's probably gonna have to be delayed for a little while. But the thing I'm not too concerned about is I believe Miku is, in Fortnite till, like, April? Is it April or March or something? So, I'm not concerned at all, because I'm gonna play it at some point between now and then. Right? Yeah. Today I was recording a new episode for the Game Dev channel. Nice! I hope that's been going well. Actually, to kind of show something, I do want to show, I talked about this on one of the Discords I'm on, the other day. But, like, I feel recently I've been doing a lot of pixel art, and I feel like a lot of people that I talk with don't actually, understand that I don't do just pixel art. Now, admittedly, this is, I drew something and then I hit it with a fill tool in the wrong spot and I've left it since because it looked kind of cool. But, here is, something I drew yesterday in the space of like 2 hours. There we go. So yeah, you can see what I mean by, like, it accidentally hit the full fill tool somewhere, and I was like, ah, I'm gonna leave it because it looks kind of cool. But yeah, I drew that yesterday. I think in a few months we'll be getting somewhere. That sounds good. That sounds always good. But yeah. I mean, like, let's see. Because if I remove this, so you can see some of the references I've got there. I think it's this one is the base design. This was me sketching it up. And then that was me just doing the coloring, figuring out stuff, editing the colors, getting an idea of it all, and then I was using this and accidentally missed, and that's it. I was just like, that looks kind of cool. I'm done for the day anyway, because I wasn't going to do much more. And so I've left it at this, and it ended up looking kind of cool. You can tell, though, that it's still, like, very shitty, because, like, down here, this is still not erased properly and stuff like that. Reminds me of Metal Gear Solid art style. Ah, fair enough, yeah. I can see that. But no, like, this is the stuff that I'm doing in the background. Like, I am improving my art skills as much as I can. And I'm trying to develop myself more and more. It looks cool. I do agree. I should probably consider seeing if there's more I can do with that style, because it does come out really nicely. And I want to see if I can maybe do more with it, because end of the day, if you find a style that you like and you can work with it, then there's no reason not to keep doing it, right? But yeah. But yeah, like, also, I'm hoping, on Wednesday, if I'm not too busy, I might try and get some Godot research done to start development on the card game. See how that goes. Because I already know how I'm going to handle a lot of key things in it. So that's gonna be fun. For 3D stuff, still beta, they added Jolt Physics Engine. Oh, nice. Yeah, but, should be able to do some stuff with Godot. Hopefully later this week, when I get time. Because the card game design stuff is, like, progressing pretty substantially now. I think it's about time that I, actually start developing it, instead of, theorizing stuff. Let's see. I haven't written any of my recent notes into this, I don't think. Well, any more recent stuff than I have already written. Because I have a couple more characters that are going to go into this so I can enable certain things. What would be the card game's key mechanics? Something for purists, or maybe you got something original? So the card game, if you've ever seen Hearthstone Duels specifically, you'll probably be able to figure out roughly what the idea is. It's kind of taking Hearthstone Duels and putting it through Slay the Spire. So very much what Hearthstone single player is, but taking more of the way Hearthstone Duels was formatted and doing that with it. So you get to select your deck at the beginning, but it's and it is from your collection, quotation marks. But certain cards aren't available in the collection, but they can be obtained later in the line via conditions and all that sort of stuff. Means that you can build something funny and weird and wacky and keep going with it. But yeah, like here, it's at the start, select from a list of characters, so it'd be like, say, 6 or 8 characters you could select from. Then when you select them, you could then select one of their powers, and then you select a treasure as well. Underneath that, it's to treasure. As you can see here, it's probably just going to be an artifact, yada yada yada. Things like that. It's very, very standard overall. But it's taking some of the standard things and trying to take a refinement to a few of them and nudge them in a different direction. There's a reason why Magic the Gathering has definitely influenced a fair bit of it, but it's still, like, fairly Hearthstone orientated. Somewhere a midpoint between the two. Taking inspiration from some stuff on either side as well. From other sides, I should say. I mean, I still think, like, the rights are really cool. Because the rights are an interesting idea that I don't think anything but a game like this has considered. Because of some of the stuff. Can you remind me if it will be VTuber related or original? This is going to be original. Because I intend to have some form of monetization. However, I wouldn't say that there's going to be no VTuber related content in it at some point. I would love for there to be VTuber related content in it, however, it would be more professional. And it would be handled via direct connections and stuff like that. An example I will give in the loosest sense is what I could potentially say is maybe there might be skins for characters or just straight up characters that are VTubers, but they're like, there's a reason why I say skins is more likely. I would probably put them behind a DLC paywall. However, I would set conditions for the paywall being that a split goes to their agency and or the talent. I get a small split as well, and then a split goes to charity. Because then that way it justifies it being a cost, and it means that people can actually contribute to charity from it. Which I think is a really cool way of doing that. It's supporting the original person, supporting charity, and supporting the game all in one bundle, which I think is the correct thing to do. Sets of Adventure are solid but single universe. See, now that one's an interesting one. I don't know if I've got a solid answer for that. At this point in time, it's just kind of generic fantasy bullshit. But, like, the fact is, here's the characters we've got so far, right? It's got Runer's Beast, Foot Soldier, City Defender, Feline thing. I would probably have to actually write up a substantial story for this, or at least something to work from. But that is less of a priority than getting some of the raw game design done, because I feel like a lot of that is going to fall into place as I continue. Because, like, Magic the Gathering has the planes and stuff like that. I don't think I'm taking that approach. I think it's going to be, if anything, it's going to be probably, a, like, Legends or, like, a League of Legends sort of approach with how Runeterra is. That kind of idea. Where it's a lot of these, like, key areas and such. Road cat girls. Yeah, there technically is a cat girl, isn't there? Feline Thief. Yeah, there it is. And it's the only one that's going, yeah. But like, some of these cards in here as well are designed with the intention that there's going to be better support for them from other cards because they themselves are terrible. An example is the Witch's Clock. I want to stress, I think this card is bad. I genuinely think this card is horrendously bad. And there's a lot of arguments to how I might need to change it. But it's like, this card, I think there's a couple of tweaks I might add to it, but the rest of the time, there is cards I want to add that change how this works. So this is, at the end of each of your turns, add a counter to this creature. When it hits 12, heal you to full and shuffle your grave into your deck. I'm probably also going to have it, like, exile itself or something like that as well. Probably don't even need to, realistically. But, yeah, the idea of this card is... yeah... I mean, in that situation, Mello, just join it. It's the same with Pirate Software's, like, community, as I joined that with, the whole thing of, like, oh, it's gonna be so big and so massive. I've learnt so much being in there. I haven't actually spoken, like, at all in that server. I think the only things I've ever done were post a couple of, links to the streams and to the game. And that's about it. Because I thought I might as well advertise myself there for a little bit. Didn't really change anything, so I just stopped. But yeah, I read the sections and stuff like that. You don't even need to actively be a part of it all. You just need to listen, right? But yeah, I think this game will always be a game that I really do want to make, so that's why I'm like developing some stuff right now. And I cannot stress enough, this game is best defined as like, I'm going to work on it, I'm going to design it, I'm going to have a basic functioning version of it where all the key mechanics can be seen, and then I'm probably going to kickstart it. Like, I'm gonna do a Kickstarter or something for it so I can hire artists. Because there is too much art that's going to be required for this game, and I would prefer to focus on designing cards and making the mechanics interesting and engaging than having to focus on art as well. That's something I've learned a lot from the game development of Unite, right? Like, VTuber Unite has really taught me how far I get split every other way if I'm having to do everything. So that's the importance of this. Even here, you've got the like what the play pattern's gonna look like, roughly. One of the other things I'm gonna have to work on a lot is AI in it, because I'm gonna have to figure out how to do decision making. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do valuing and stuff like that for the AI to deal with a lot of things. One-man band is hard. Yeah, like one-man band approach to indie development is doable for a lot of game ideas, and I think Unite kind of allows me to do it, but I do think, especially in the stages I'm at with it now, I'm noticing how awful it is to do one-man band. A card game would just be significantly worse, because the amount of assets required for a card game matters so much more in a lot of ways, because a lot of it's stagnant is the thing. Like, a lot of a card game is stagnant visual styles. The cards are going to be stagnant, the board state's going to be relatively stagnant, and these sorts of things. Use state machine? I mean, state machines are, yeah, duh. What? State machine is something you should learn for game development in general. I'm just gonna say that now. I have a lot of state machine stuff in here as well. I mean, enemies are state machined, player is kind of state machined in certain ways, a lot of weapons are state machined. Like, that's equivalent to saying if you're using C++, you should probably use pointers. It's like, well, that's the main reason why you should be using C++. It's like, oh, object-oriented programming is a recommendation. It's like, no shit. No, I get your meaning with good intentions, but yeah, yeah. Do it open source, so get any help. I mean, that's where, like, Itch is really good. Itch is really, really great for getting a lot of that sort of stuff. You just post your game up there and go, hey, this is an early design thing. And let people, like, come in and play it potentially, and they can give you some feedback. Like, just know that sometimes the feedback's not going to be helpful, or sometimes it's not going to actually answer the problem. That's something that I've had a couple of times with some people, especially people that come into the, like, chat and tell me about stuff. As I've had people come in and just go, like, game bad. It's like, okay, but why? It's like, game bad. It's like, alright, but that doesn't resolve in my game bad. It's like, alright, well, you're just not useful. You don't enjoy the game, that's cool, I get that. Move on. Like, I'm willing to delve in to analyze why I don't like a game, right? Like, Fortnite. Fortnite's a great example of this. I don't really like Fortnite myself. Does this stop me from recognizing that it is a highly successful game and that it does a lot of things correctly? Yeah, it's not going to stop me from recognizing that. But it's not the kind of game that I enjoy playing most of the time. I'm doing it purely because of the Miku bit. That is the only reason I'm going to play it, right? 99% of game devs give up before they win big. God damn it. I mean, game dev is like gambling, realistically. Hey there, Tiger. But yeah, like, it is... a lot of people misunderstand that. Game dev is definitely got a element of luck if you're talking about chasing success. Because irregardless of if you make a great game, if you do good marketing, all that stuff, if it just doesn't quite latch at the right time, it's just not going to be successful, and that happens. It's not to say your game bad. It's just to say the game didn't hit the right audience. Maybe. The right people didn't see it, or the advertisement wasn't there. Is that JavaScript? No. This is the in-house scripting language for Game Maker, which is GML. It is mostly based off C and C derivatives. But I know that there's also some Python elements to it. It's kind of one of those, like, they took some of the things from here and there. Okay, I still need to figure out what I'm actually trying to do today, so I'm gonna launch the game and think about that. Because, like, at the moment, Boids are the thing I've been working on in the background, but I'm still not ready to work on that on stream, because we're just so far away from being anywhere with that. The most detailed feedback under the same, game good. Okay, that there is exactly the whole, like, look, I get your meaning well, but, like, saying game good sucks so much, eh? Like, any game developer appreciates hearing that their game was enjoyed. Straight up, and that's not to be understated. But to just go game good and it's like, okay. But like, I'm still early development. What, did you have any problems? Game good. It's like, ah! Again, it's the exact inverse of the game bad. It's like, okay, what can I take away from this? It's like, nothing. Nothing at all. But I will say the problem is that when you tell people to like give feedback, they don't know how to pretty much no one knows how to leave constructive feedback. Right? Like I feel horrible for saying that, but I feel like nobody knows how to leave good feedback. Like constructive feedback. Fish. That's about right. Because it's just, it becomes, like, I'm trying to think of the best way to think on it. Because most people will leave feedback with the whole, like, oh, this part of the game wasn't really, like, this part of the game is bad, you should change it. It's like, well, okay, why didn't you like it? Because if I understand why you didn't like it, then I can understand if that aligns with the philosophy of the game. Because that's the other thing a lot of, like, players are going to misunderstand, is that, no offense, but you are a player. You are not the player base. If a resonating opinion does arise, that should be definitely taken into consideration. Any opinion's valid as it is. But you need to understand that, like, again, this is what I say, like, a lot of players do not understand they are just one of the many. Your opinion does not lord over others. I see it so often with, like, the TFT stuff, right? Is, people will go, it's like, why aren't you nerfing this composition? And it's like, because it's fine. And it's like, oh, but I keep losing to it. It's like, well, no offense, but that sounds like a you issue, not that issue. But people don't like hearing that. I need to finish doing the visual updates at some point, right? Because I still need to do Booby and I need to do Vox. At least. I still kind of need to do Mary. Mary does need a bit of a tweak up. And Shy Lily, yeah. Because I need to fix her here. Unless you got enough Reddit comp. Oh, God. Dude, I hate... Dude, that's that same energy as, like... You do realize that's not true. What? You're trying to tell me that's not true? But these likes are, though. I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much. I guess it's still the tooltips that need to be fixed. Twitter logic in a nutshell? Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. could just fix up those tooltips quickly. Fix Cinder's tooltips so they're actually finished. Is this a shrine? Yeah! It's, we finished doing all that, a little while ago, so now also the pillars are, like, set correctly for depth. Still need to add the fade out to them. Still haven't figured out how I'm gonna do that, because the current animation looked just so bad. Remember the "It's Wednesday, my dudes" guy? Yeah. Dude, I think I don't remember Vines. Lord, that was just a time. Dude, I still remember the era before, like, memes on the internet were a thing. Yeah. God, that was a time. Got on MySpace and such. It's actually really funny listening to certain like VTubers and stuff, because recently I listened to the highlights for Monarch and Sayu's Scuff and Stuff podcast, the newest episode. And just, like, some of the stuff they were talking about in there, I'm like, I hate how much I relate to this shit. Because it just... Because then, like, it just becomes this thing of, and they're like, oh, we're so old. And I'm like, stop saying that that's old. I don't want to keep thinking this. I'm already still upset enough that I'm getting grey in my beard. You're gonna make these maps specific mechanics, maybe? Maybe some brainstorming on... items if you feel like we lack some types. You could try some serious design and how maps could look. Actually, you know what? We could talk about some of that, because I feel like there's a level of talking on that subject. Because, so fun fact, I've actually listened to a lot of people talking on this, and this is something that I've come to realize. So, fun fact about the map design in this is the map design was done outside of GameMaker, but everything was made in GameMaker. So I drew it all in GameMaker, but I drew it based on a like rough drawing that I had external to GameMaker. We did that on stream, in fact. Oh, these are some terrible options so far. So, I wouldn't be against doing that, however, I will say, if we're doing anything like that, it's going to be super loose design stuff to talk about, because I'm not going to be doing new maps for a very long time. Maps in this game are something that, like, I don't even have a guarantee we're going to come across a new map before Steam release. Alright? Not to say new maps are unimportant, it's just the sheer amount of work required for new maps is actually a lot higher than you might think. Someone says you're something's old, and I think like it's good age. Yeah. I like to try and think of it that way as well. Give it positivity to it. But there are definitely moments. Oh fuck, they got me. Oh no. Hey, how's it going, Devil? I mean, totally not Devil. So fucking stupid. Goddamn. Oh, there's the shrine. Let's activate the shrine. Could really go with that demon's blood right now. Okay, that should be them. Cool. Honestly, just can't be asked listening to the idle song proc, but it is a good weapon. Objectively, a really good one. Account is the best revenge for it. Yeah. No, fair. Not that I'm a skinwalker, something that a skinwalker would say. Do have a point there. Yeah, I feel like we need a... This sounds stupid to say, but I feel like I need to buff Iron Mouse's damage. Because, like, outside of her having, Demon's Blood, she feels so garbage. This is the problem, is that, like, so early on, she gets nerfed, like, she got nerfed a lot. Because, simply put, there weren't many items or weapons in the game, and it was very easy and consistent to get the build going for her that would just make her unkillable, and kill everything very easily. But even now, when you have that build active, I don't feel that it's, like, excessively good. Like, I still feel like it just is too weak. Because the amount of area that you get is pretty small, and the power of Iron Mike, I feel, is just so low. now that it doesn't scale with healing itself, I feel like that's something we might need to just give it more damage increasing. How do you feel? What type of items do we lack? I mean, all sorts. Like, you're my answer to what I feel like the game's lacking. The game's lacking a lot of core components, just because it's still really early on with a lot of development. By the time we hit Steam release, a lot of that's going to be resolved, because we're going to have, in addition to what we currently have now, we're going to have, what? 3 more characters between now and then for the current update, and then another like 5 for the next update as well. Game progressed and the character stayed stagnant, so it feels weaker. Well, no, that's the thing, is that the character has been changed and nerfed several times to compensate for their highest ceiling. The problem is, I keep forgetting their highest ceiling isn't actually that high in comparison to the grand scheme of things, because Iron Mouse was always designed to be a consistent character. A character that, like, doesn't die easily, but can do a lot. But can't do a lot of damage. The problem is, she does fucking no damage, and, doesn't even survive all that much more than, like, another character would. Like, she just actively feels very low impact now. Which is something that, like, is why I say I need to do something. There needs to be something done to her to, like, bring her up into a better quality. Do you know how much it narrows it down? Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is asking what do I need to work on, the simple answer is everything. Like, this game is still so early on in its development cycle that it's really hard to narrow down what I need to work on, which is why I normally pre-plan a lot of things. Give myself lists at least to work off of. But the problem is that, like, I'm kind of in this midpoint with about 4 or 5 different things, and some of them are not going to be worked on camera. So you nerfed the competitive who killed casual. So, yeah. I know, I guess. Like, the fact is, if I was playing... Like, this is why I say, I feel like I need to slightly nerf Juniper's weapon, but I need to bring the power level of everything up. Because Juniper's weapon would have killed this boss like 2 times by now. Even on Iron Mouse. And that's a problem. And, like, Cinder is probably still the strongest character at the moment. Just because of Blue Flame. I'm gonna be honest. Because the damage Blue Flame can output is insane. So it becomes a question of, like, what gets buffed on Iron Mouse. I can't really touch Speak of the Devil because that's a global item. And the moment you hit anything that can be grabbed from every character in the game, becomes a little dangerous. It's like the spelling mechanic for the right item. Wait, what? The slime spelling mechanic, you mean the one that's literally a rip-off ink sprayer that I've got equipped right now? That it's literally using the same fucking sprite as well for the stuff on the ground, except it's just not angled. That's Rin Penrose's weapon. That one. Didn't know you already reused it. This weapon, Ink Sprayer, is older than the boss. The boss is reusing stuff. The Pikmin sound effect, yeah. That's fair. I think I need to lean more into Iron Mouse being a heal tank. But like an interesting heal tank. How do I do that? And is there anything that needs to change in accordance to that? I mean, worst comes to worst, Speak of the Devil becomes the passive. Which means that I can increase its power level a lot. But then, like, what becomes of the current passive and what becomes of her item? Like, what is her item then? Is it her current passive? That sounds like a horrendous idea. Dealing damage to Mouse damages the enemy? No. When Mouse heals, she deals damage to the enemy. So, on the next level up, I'll show kind of what I'm talking about. Because it's easier to show than trying to do it while, like, pause or something, because it still can take damage. Okay, here we go. So her passive is Hell's Bells. I like Thorn effects on a tank. I do agree with that, but that's not what I'm going to approach with Iron Mouse. Because, like, Thorn's effect, I feel like, needs to be very specific case scenario for it. So, Hell's Bells is when you receive healing, deal a percentage of the amount as damage in an area around you, is the short answer. You can also make the hand sanitizer defense item, giving her some part of the health as a shield, giving her effective No. I also don't see why hand sanitizer should be what we have at all towards how Iron Mouse would function. Just saying that now. But yeah, so all of Iron Mouse's key kit that we need to recognize is Iron Mike, which is garlic from Vampire Survivors. It's damage in an area around you, like periodically. That's all it is. Passive is get area based on max health, armor, and health regen with a reduction to max health. That can potentially be changed a little bit, but not too much. Keeping in mind, at the moment, we shouldn't be getting any other bonuses from area, and we're only getting 1%. I still don't think this is calculating correctly, but hey. And then her other thing that she gets is Satanic Resilience, which is gain healing amp per level. I got inspired by her IRL situation with health. Yes, so I get where you're going with that, but how does hand sanitizer make sense for that? There would be several other things that would probably come to mind earlier than hand sanitizer. There is things like just decontamination in general and isolation stuff, but what I will say now is, like I said, the VTubers I'm trying to design, I'm trying to show their more impactful and more positive things, and I don't really like the idea of, yeah, like, that there is, like, what you just said is, like, you feel bad for suggesting about life support machine, that works as well. But, like, I don't want her character to remind about the most negative thing in her life, potentially. These characters are supposed to be positive. They're supposed to think on them positively. The fact that Iron Mike, she is an awesome singer, she does a lot of cool singing stuff, and she does some cool concerts. Speak of the Devil is her little talk show that she does where she reaches out to other people, hence the area idea of it. And it just works with the synergy of the design of her character. Satanic Resilience is probably the closest I get to hinting at that stuff, because she is just resilient. She is an awesome person, and she is resilient against a lot of the bullshit that's gone on in her life. And then Hell's Bells is, in a sense, relation to that stuff, but also to her lore. So that's kind of an example of kind of the approach with that. We can make it silly and unrealistic. No, I think there is a time and a place for that sort of stuff, and I do not think that's kind of what I'm wanting here. I've tried to refrain from that sort of stuff as much as I can with a lot of the characters. If we just come out of this and leave the run, I believe with almost all the characters, so we've got Demon Claws, Infernal Contract, Devilish Devices, which is probably the worst for him, and Crown of Hell, all that fitting for his character. Gangrit, number 1 hostess, Kumi Chao, and Sakura Storm all kind of fit that. Demon's Umbrella, Demon Blood, Demon's Voice, Clan of Kindred, King of ASMR, right? Fun support, yeah. Like, Mothaholic's an example of one that kind of sits on that, like, zone of what you're suggesting, Milo, where it's like, I know Juniper thrashes herself, and does a lot of awesome stuff, but she does it in a positive enough way that taking a soft joke to the fact that she does an excessive amount of art and kind of jeopardizes herself a couple of times for it, is, I think, a soft joke that exists and I think is fine. Puntable as well. I mean, you shouldn't be punting a fucking small little bug thing, but it is one of, like, the memes in her community. And Moth Numies, I think, is fitting because she's a fucking weirdo for some of that. Like, there is a very difficult spacing for a lot of this stuff, and I know that, like, I kind of put arbitrary ruling on it myself. But that's kind of that point, right? Like, again, like, Monarch's a beautiful example of Butterfly Blade and Timeline Binding are both lore-related items. They're completely unrelated to Monarch, her person, really, at this stage. They're just how that goes. Weaponized Scuff, that is a bit more related to her actual person, And I thought it was very funny, and it's fitting, because it's something that is leaned into the community. And the she ego thing, a nice reference to possibly one of the more influential things for a solid like month or two that just drastically impacted her community, and I think still kind of sits there. I mean, that's why I say, like, it's a difficult one to try and get right, the balance for it. Referencing her disease or her disabilities and stuff like that, I do not think is okay. Not directly. And it's a really hard kind of midpoint for it. That's why I say Satanic Resilience is the closest I'm getting for that one. No, realistically, what's going to change with Iron Mouse is that I would just tweak a couple of things that she has, and maybe leave her alone somewhat, with the expectation that some things will come into the game that will facilitate improvement for her. So, like, some items, some weapons, so on and so forth. Because, if we were to... Let's just refresh this page. We don't need to look at some of this depressing shit here. If we were to look at it, so... Okay, she's a heal tank. So let's go read back through the ideas that we've got from you guys. So we've got the survive at 1 HP. And then we've got health as shield. That's not how you spell it. It's and then effect. Resist. And then area defense strip. Cool. So I think I've collated all of the different ideas, right? I'm not even using Sister's account to say or imply what ability suggestion I thought about with Doki ability that deals damage to herself. Yeah. No, that one's, that's straight up not happening, right? Like, that shit. Again, we are looking at the positive things in a VTuber community, and if... That's why I've said, if there are VTubers that have just not had a positive influence on the community, I'm gonna just say no, right? We've talked about that in the past. This game is to celebrate VTubers, is to think on the best parts of them, on the positivity. So, let's go through these ideas that we've been presented with from you lot, and talk on them. So this idea, the survive at 1 HP, it's interesting. However, basically just a bad res effect, isn't it? Right? Like, if we're thinking on it from a developing perspective, it is just what we have for res effects, but worse. which we already have actually quite a few res effects in the game, so I just don't see the value there for it. Like, there's a thematic value, sure, but like, there's also other characters that would fit that kind of concept more. Health as a shield. Other characters already have this. And not only that, but no healing synergy. Like, at all. Healing doesn't heal shields. Unless that's the mechanic, then we could make a discussion point on that. Where it's the same sort of thing. Effect resistance. What effects? At this point in time, the only stuff I know of, the player might get slowed from certain events, which that's not getting resisted. There are some stuns, and again, those aren't getting resisted. And yeah, there's only a handful of effects that are going to be put onto the player from abilities and stuff of bosses, and I'm not having those getting reduced. There might be slow effects from non-bosses, and there's an argument there. Then that might be the case where we discuss that kind of topic, but I don't feel like that's necessary this early on. Maybe we can come back and revise on that. And then a defense strip. Maybe, but again, unless I do it in a really particular way, we come to the same issue of no heal synergy. I know a little bit of this writing is behind the chat box, so it makes it a bit harder to see. But like, this is kind of where I say, like, I get where you guys are coming with a lot of your ideas. But being affected by a negative status affects wave of healing. Give it a cooldown, might work. Potentially. Like, that is actually quite a good suggestion. If I had more, like, negative status effects in the game, so I could consider it. But, like I said, that's kind of the weakness at the moment. Realistically, the things that I think need to be changed is Iron Mike, damage up, and area leveling increase. That's one of the biggest things I think needs to happen for our Iron Mouse. Passive damage up. And item ratio, ratio increase. So basically what we're seeing here is 2 instances of area increase and 2 instances of damage getting increased. That resolves a lot of the issues that I think she has, is that she is too close range, and she does not do enough damage. Keeping in mind the passive does damage based on healing, so it actually scales what she does better. Because the core, like, OP cycle that she potentially has available to her is Demon Blood, which is, I believe it's like 2 healing, 2 health that it gives. So like, it's kind of the problem of, I believe if you're lucky, again, we have to keep in mind, so passive plus Demon Blood equals Potential. Actually, let's just write it as chance infinite. Right? So this is the fear, is that it is a infinite scaling cycle. Let's go look at the code for that weapon quickly. Or that item. Items equip. We're looking for Demon Blood. Demon Blood has a get chance value. The chance is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% chance to heal for 2 health. So and then Iron Mouse's passive is how much healing? Conversion ratio. Damage is 3. Okay. So it's 10 to 30% of the amount of healing. So even if this was infinite, this is, at best case scenario, infinitely dealing roughly around, what? 0.6 damage per infinite cycle. Now, admittedly, there's no actual cooldown to this, so 0.6 damage could ramp up really quickly. But I should probably not need to explain to you why 0.6 is not much of the best combo that she has available to her. Right? Now, admittedly, technically this +2 is a bit of a lie, because we do get healing amplification. So with Satanic Resilience, we do get up to 10% increase. Yeah. So technically there's a plus 10% per level increase. So roughly we balance around level 30. So that is 300%. Okay, cool. What's 300% of 2? Well, it's 8. Because it's on top of the original. Right? It's additional amplification. So we're getting +8. So what does that actually mean in this case? We're getting +8, so it's not +2. So instead, we're getting 2.8. .8 per infinite cycle. Enemies sit at, like, a lot of health. So this becomes the question. Is this an acceptable amount of damage? Are the enemies too high in health? And are certain weapons that are above this in power level far too above this? I do not think this is an acceptable level. I think this needs to come up. I think this is probably going to get changed to 30 to 50%. At the very least. Because keep in mind, this doesn't get affected by area as well, the passive. So it actually has anti-synergy with her item. So, with this being the case, 50% means that it goes from 2.8 to potentially 4. 4 is still not a very high number. However, the key thing that needs to be acknowledged is that is not the only healing. There is other healing sources, and the thing is, Demon Blood is not a guarantee. It is a chance. It's an item. You have to be lucky to get it all the time. Especially later in the game, when there is more items, it's going to flood the pool a little bit and dilute the chance of attaining the correct one. Which is why banishes and rerolls are important. And realistically, if you've hit passive and Demon Blood together, plus like maybe one or two other things that are really good, you should win. I see no reason why you shouldn't have a very good shot at winning, because you've now put in the effort to try and get that really nice infinite combo going. Because you're also actually, surprisingly enough, quite a glass cannon. This is why Kumichao is actually really good on this build, because you don't have that much in the way of defensive resistances. You don't have high armor, you don't have a high HP pool. That means that you save out a lot of that damage and you reduce it coming in. And taper it off. And because you're a heal tank, a little bit of damage reduction and some damage over time instead, very easily dealt with. And compensated for. Now, I think one thing we should look at is Moth Goop. I think Moth Goop does too much damage. Like, I just think it does way too much damage. And there becomes a question of, okay, what needs to be changed about how the damage is dealt then? Is it that, what's that, 5.5 damage is too much? Is it because it stacks now? Which I don't think I want to remove that, because that feels like it's going in the wrong direction for this. I think it's probably that it just needs to come down in damage, realistically. And that's a thing. Because again, I just think that Moth Goop is just overperforming a little too much. Reminds me, I do actually have a doc that I need to be editing right now. Because I have a doc for balance stuff. Um. God, I need to go through a lot of things to figure out. Okay, so Hell's Bells I was going to give a much higher ratio to, right? So we said that, and we leave that. There we go. Yeah, this is one of those times where I almost wish I could rewrite the entire damn thing. That's just weird. Shit, a nightmare. It's always a fun time. Yeah. Okay. So I think, yeah, I've now just set the passive the buff. And I've nerfed thing a little bit more. But yeah, like I think isn't it if we pull up the doc, I'm pretty sure Project Melody is getting health converted to shield stuff, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, her ability. Oh no, it's health converted to crit. That's right. Who is it that's getting a health converted to shield? I swear someone was getting health converted to shield. Or is that just one of the ideas that I have for later? Yeah, it's one of the ones in here. I mean, there's nano machines, which is a important one for shields and shield builds. Or non-shield builds and getting more tank, I guess. Nano machines, son. Exactly. I mean, like, I came up with the idea and then I realized I had to call it nano machines, because there's just no way it can't be, right? When taking health damage, gain a small decaying shield. It's gonna be like a flat amount as well, so it's just gonna, like, it's going to be really nice, because it means that you get, like, what? Even if I give you, like, a 35, or 50 health shield, and it's only gonna absorb, like, 1 hit, that basically means, theoretically, every second hit you take in the course of time is free. I'm sure I don't have to explain why that's good, right? Especially knowing that you can only get hit like every half second. That means you can only get hit every second, and then there's going to be things later on that increase the amount of time that, like, you're going to be immune to damage for. So, like, potentially that's anti-synergy there, or potentially it's excessive synergy, and you're like, cool, I take 1 damage every 2 seconds, which is a shitload of time to be immune to. But, like, some of the ideas are, I make an idea and I want to fill it in, or I have an idea and I need to get, like, a good thing for it. Like, a good example is an item that's, aren't you a little short to be a programmer? Stuff like that. Does it have Adventure Time references? Possibly, and the simple fact is, I say that the way I do because I wouldn't fucking know. I have never watched Adventure Time. If there is Adventure Time references, then, failed me, old man. Alright, well, you know, it's not my fault that I was too old to watch it in my eyes at the time. I was just too busy, didn't really think it was my kind of shtick, and, like, now it's so far along, I'm just like, I can't be arsed. It's a scary community, that lot. I try not to interact with them all that often. Ugh. It's a cultural phenomenon. I do agree with that. That is probably why I need to pull my shit together and go watch it. It's just, yeah, again, it's the problem of, like, finding time for shit, because, like, outside of YouTube, I don't watch anything anymore. Like, the fact that I watched Venom: The Last Dance last night, finally, should be evidence of how, like, awful I am for watching things. I really want to make one of the days coming up a day where I just go get some fish and chips and watch anime or something. You have no idea how badly I want to just have a day off like that. But fish and chips expensive, so I'm not getting that for a while. Like, to order the fish and chips lot that I think I typically order, I need 30 bucks, and it's gonna do me for like a day and a half of food. So that's why, like, if I show... Do I show my budgeting for the next few weeks so you guys get depressed? You wanna be sad for a moment? Let's talk about adult things for a split second. So here was my calculations that I'm doing to figure everything out. So my, if I kind of reveal stuff that I maybe shouldn't reveal too much of, I get about $550 a week of money. That's how much I get. These here are my next 2 weeks. The top two final calculations in this list. Roughly speaking. That is genuinely what it looks like. If I would send... No. It's all good. Again, like, this is why I say I budget very intensely, and I need to make sure. This is me paying all my essential bills, paying everything, and this is not including food for the week. That's the important thing I kind of want to put forward, is like, this is me not including food. And I said I get $550 a week. Do you understand why I've been eating pasta and rice only for the last while? Because these are less expensive weeks than I've had. Like, it's progressively going to get better as time goes on, because, like, I'm finishing up a lot of payments on things, which is why, like, I'm going to slow down with the Magic the Gathering, which means I have way more money available to me. So it means that if I start budgeting around like $50 a week for food, I should have like almost potentially $70 available to me each week. So I can like start getting PC parts a bit more actively and start saving in case I need to move. Because that's still something that is very readily available and in front of me. I will acknowledge some of these costs are, you could consider non-essential, because the $15 on both of these are my weekly Magic the Gathering Friday night, but like I'm not giving that up. You will have to rip that from my cold, dead fucking hands. I'm driving from my to my grandparents for dinner. That sounds nice. Saves me money. Yeah, I mean, no nice way of saying it. I don't have such an opportunity, right? By drive, I mean bike. Yeah. Like I don't have such an opportunity. I don't have family that I can rely on. I have the closest family I have were complete scumbags to me and manipulated me and treated me like shit. So, surprisingly enough, not going to be going and talking with them. So, like, I don't have that kind of opportunity. All of my cost reduction is me. Like, in the nicest sense, I have some very kind friends around me. But I've used up more than their good graces at this point, and I should not be relying on friends to live my day-to-day. See, now that's smart. But, like, that's the other thing, is that's kind of why I want to... Okay, not quite right, but it's kind of why I want the opportunity to be able to move back to my hometown. Because if I move back to my hometown, I at least have people I can go and hang out with. And potentially it means that I can, like, split dinner costs, and stuff like that. How I can retain the shape of a ball throughout my life. The important things. But yeah, so that's me being very adult for a moment there. Being very realistic. I've also updated the Ko-fi goal thingy to represent the fact that I probably should stop memeing around with that and just show, like, clearly what actually it's for. Yeah, it is for PC upgrades, and that's how much I need to guarantee a very good PC upgrade. Probably more than that's needed, but that's kind of that point, right? With a PC that's made from about 5K, I can tell you with utmost certainty, we will not have any lag issues for, like, the foreseeable future, and it also gives me room to offload stuff to my current PC to basically just make, like, streaming super efficient, pretty much little to no lag ever. would be the main thing. But yeah, no, I'm looking in the mirror at the moment, and not liking how I'm looking at the because I'm looking very skeletal in certain spots and very bloated in others, and yeah. That's why I say, like, I need to start working out a bit more, redistributing that stuff and utilizing the carbs that I'm eating. I'm also looking, I swear I look older now than I used to. Like, genuinely. Yeah. Just like bloated and unwashed. What are you, a fucking humpback whale? A beached whale? I live like a beached whale. Alright, God, what was I planning on doing again? Did not have a shower. You got a point there, Matthew. You got a point there. Okay. Review characters, that's one thing. Forgot you're using your sister's account. Yeah, Devil, yeah. At some point, you should probably switch back to your account and stop using your sister's. Just saying. Let's see, review characters, kind of what we've been doing. Some rebalance. And maybe some items that will be in the thing later down the line. But yeah, she is smelling. Wow, that's rude, Devil. You shouldn't say things like that. What are some items that we know are coming down the development line that we can probably make relatively easy? Well, I mean, yoga pants are super easy. I can make that in like seconds. How much does it say here? 80, 100. Good lord. Increases by 20 off the from base onwards. Okay. I am smelling. I don't think my good brother is rude. Wow, you're really doing that. You're really doing that. Okay. Can't remember. Is on leveled the event after the level is determined? Or is it while the thing is leveling? Greater than and equal to 1. Okay, there we go. Check value. $80, $100, $120, $140, $160. Just go all the way $160. Yep, that's it. Yeah, there. Admittedly, it's obviously missing an icon, but, boom. That's how easy that one is to do. Took a screenshot and sent it to her. You are a mean person, you know that? Let's see, what else is potentially easy doable? That one will take a little bit of finesse and time. Gain a shield, slow constant regen. That one is gonna be a weird one. Sure won't be mad about this. I mean, have fun, bud. Have fun, bud. There we go. Alright, so we're looking for gain crit chance on the levels. Critical damage is increased. So... This is gonna be a wild fucking time. I mean, it's basically the exact same as this, but it is crit chance. So value 3 needs to be left alone. Okay, so gain crit chance on levels, and then gain crit damage. Is that the only value we care about? Yeah. So that comes down to 2. Boom, and that's pretty much all of it already, except for its text, yeah. intention at the end of my sister's username is that when you first read it, it sounds like you're saying poop in our language. Really? That's... oh god. Okay, that's just kind of unfortunate, isn't it? That really is actually unfortunate. Okay, there we go. I believe that should be the entire item hooked in. Do you kind of love how easy it is to hook in some of these values? Or like some of these systems, because we've just kind of like made it so like simple. So we've just made 2 items in the last like fucking 5 minutes. Or a bit more than that, I guess. We've made Mel's one, and we've also made Doki's one. Admittedly, I did handpick ones that would be easy to do. So, call it what you will. Because, like, for example, Hellborn Collar wouldn't be hard, per se. But it would definitely not be, like, as simple as the ones we just did. Especially knowing that we can't actually meet the conditions of it. Not truly. Alright. Sorry, I needed to look at something on my phone. Alrighty. At some point I will do the ult and assists for Matara and Cinder. Admittedly, dodge is something I need to code in still. We should probably do that, actually. Or at least start on it. Player damaged. Here we go. Okay, here's a question. And this is a weird one. At what point should we do evasion in the calculations? It sounds really weird to have. An auto. Fair. I mean, like, that's the problem, is I've not been watching much in the way of VTubers recently. Need to really do that up. Like, I was watching a bit of Cinder yesterday while she was playing in the Marvel Rivals, but I just feel a little uncomfortable watching the Twitch Rivals stuff at the moment because of what happened with Doki. And yeah. Do we know about what happened there? Because I can explain it, because I've read through all of Doki's comments on it and a lot of the comments around it. Because I was like, hang on a minute, this sounds really bad, and it coincides with a lot of information I've gotten in the past about Twitch rival stuff in general. I think dodge literally should be done before even making a damage sound. Twitch Rivals was always poorly balanced and managed. Yes, correct. Like, that's the thing, is like, this is one of those situations where you might go, like, a lot of people might go, oh, well, this is just this case. And it's like, or maybe you're lying. The problem is that almost all of the information relevant to the situation was public, as well as, this isn't the first time we've heard these problems. And that's the big issue. Yeah, because, it's really sad, and I genuinely felt, like, a little parasocially upset, in a sense, about the situation. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if I was in that situation, I would be absolutely pissed off. I would probably just quit, and I would probably never come back. Like, I'm gonna be honest, realistically, I'm in a weird position where if I was asked if I would join in Twitch Rivals, obviously I'd have to be a little bit bigger than I am now, but like if I was asked to join in, I probably would still say yes, just because it gets my name out there a bit more. But like, yeah, so what you've said there, Devil, is more or less, like, the thing is, that's missing what the timelines were. So what you've said there, Devil, is correct, but it's missing out on how bad it actually was. So, originally the rule was you could get 2 basically pro players in your team, and 6 people in team total. So you had to have 2, you had a maximum of 2 really good players, and then theoretically 4 average to low. Then they later on, after teams had been locked in, changed the rules so you could have 4 pro players and 2 non-pro. And then the Doki basically locked in during that time. That was when she was invited. She had heard that this was what it was in the past, so she did a lot of effort to double check. Unlimited typing. Yeah, no, I know. That's why I'm going through it all as well. She went through, double checked everything, and basically communicated with them all the way through, asking, is this alright, is this okay? Then rumors started in the later stages, just before, like the week before basically, that maybe they will revert that rule and that would affect Doki, because her team was locked in post the changes, so her team did have 4 pro players. She asked, she was informed that would not be the case, and then the day fucking before, they changed the rules, so she then had to drop 2 people. She decided to drop herself. Which is a highly respectable choice. As she said herself, I don't need the attention, I don't need the money, the people in my team are the ones that need that far more than I do, and it's a fairly distressing and upsetting situation. I genuinely felt quite upset, and I agree, like, I also saw as well that, like, a lot of people have said this has basically turned them off of Twitch Rivals. Because this isn't the first time this shit happened, and it's always been like this. And I even heard Connor's opinion on the matter, and I kind of get where Connor's coming from with this, which is that everyone that works on it are awesome people, they're really cool and all that, but when the structure comes together, it comes together so poorly, and it's so mismanaged. It's really upsetting to see. So, yeah, that's kind of, I think, the shorthand that explains all the key details that I can think of. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong in any of that, by the way. But I'm pretty sure that's the case. I agree that it's better to have 2 pros in teams because more turns Sweatface changing. Yeah, no, so exactly there, I agree with. I think it should have just stayed as the 2 pro because it's so consistently one of the worst fucking things. They don't often do the pre-research that's required. They, like, there's so many things that go wrong in the grand scheme of things with that, and it just becomes very obvious in those situations. There we go. Alright. There we go. That should be all we need for dodge chance. Now I need to introduce the reset for it. And there we go. Dodge chance now can be added to the game. And I believe it should fully function. It'll even come up saying it's been dodged. Which is pretty good. Hey yo, apparently, admittedly this is take it with a grain of salt, insider information has evidence that a sequel to the TV anime No Game No Life has been confirmed. Oh, please let that be fucking true. Alright, where am I looking? There we go. I haven't heard that name in eons, yeah. Fluffy Raid? Ooh, hello, Raiders. Hope all is going well. I hope you've had a fun time, and I hope that, you can come in and have a nice casual rest. A stop at the fire, if you will. Oh. Looks like a cool game. Thank you, thank you. I mean, I'm progressing somewhere with it. Chat told me there was tea here. I think I could make some, but you'd have to give me a little while. I don't have any tea right in front of me, sadly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, give it a moment. I'm trying to... the rendering. I probably should build in a different format. Because I'm still building in VM, which is rough for the PC. The poor computer does not like the VTuber things. Don't listen to him, he's barely working. The laziest old man. Sure. Hopefully no errors in the code yet. I mean, depends what you mean by yet. If you mean today, actually I don't think we've had a problem today. We've been pretty good. That's partly because we're sticking to pretty basic stuff. Just doing a little bit of cleanup and a little bit of testing, seeing how things go. Not altering anything in a hugely scary way. I see Shark, yeah. Shark is indeed in the list of characters we've got in at the moment. God, okay, I need to remember to fix these tooltips for Cinder, because they're still like some of the copy-paste tooltips. We've not crashed today yet. Exactly. We've not crashed today yet. Does not mean that we're not going to crash, just means that we're not there yet. What's the game's lore? I think, what is it that we normally go with? It's just simply, these are what the VTubers do in their off time. They all go and, fuck around in isekai world-like formats. This is Godot? This is not Godot. This is, Game Maker. Which is a fairly good engine for specifically what I do. Will there be a fox? Well, I mean, this is a fox, right? There's a few foxes that are also planned in the list. Oh yeah, that's right. I still need to fix her. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot that her her icon's a bit mucked at the moment. Bullying slimes, I see. Yeah, I am bullying a few slimes. There's also rabbits to bully, but there's also bosses, so you know. And they come in and kick your ass. Alright, I'm gonna fix those tooltips, because I'm gonna keep forgetting otherwise. Where are you, Cinder? That's Gura. That's Shaylily. Tara. Here we go. Cinder. Old League of Lore is filled with game lore because Malith is empty. Yeah. I thought they were Wolfie. Cinder? Actually, yeah, you're right. Hellhound. What am I thinking? Is there any foxes at the moment? Let's see. At the moment, no. Wow, I'm actually surprised at myself on that. Wow, how have I not got a bloody fox in the next thing? Because I know I've got several in here. Yeah. I've got multiple in this part. But this part's like the very loose design part of it. No Fubuki. Is she not in here? She's not in the game yet. I know she's on my like long-term list. I don't know if she's in this list here. Yeah, she's not in this list yet. But Fubuki is definitely on the list. No, and like she was one of the VTubers that got me back to watching VTubers when, like, it was a thing. Starting to be a thing. Silvervale's Wolf. I think so. That's the problem, is a lot of them are, like, in that in-between set. I think Silvervale... Which one is Silvervale? Let's see. What does she classify as? Does it say here? Wolf tail. Yeah, there you go. Wolf. Doggo. Could identify each character by theme and then make them group up, at least for an achievement collection list? Could, actually. I mean, to be fair, eventually I'm going to enable something that's sitting in the background that's not got like all of the structure for it, which is... So, to explain some of the mechanics briefly, think of kind of your typical Vampire Survivors sort of style game. Each character has a weapon that they start with that is kind of themed to themselves, same with an item. But then past that, you also have a passive, an ability, then you have a ultimate, or an EX is what it's called. And then you can select a partner that is your assist, and they give you their assist ability and their... not their passive, but one of their other things that they have as as their ability. So one of the things that's in the list of things is that everyone's going to have like some secret synergies that they might have, where like do we have some of it in the controller? I think I have part of it listed in here. Yeah, assist collabs. So So we've got some like this. These are just the ones that are in the game at the moment that don't actually do anything still, but there is a list somewhere I have where it's like, they're both from the underworld, so they get like a small little armor buff. They're both bugs, so they get more experience. Very minor buffs, for the most part. Unless they're like, for example, Iron Mouse and Booby, where they get a much larger buff, because it's a bit more specific there. It's also to compensate for the fact that I don't actually think they synergize too well as assist in the long term. I think Iron Mouse with Booby as the assist is really good at the moment, but not the other way around, I don't think. I could see it. The problem is that with the ever-reaching impossible goal of trying to get as many VTubers in this game as possible, the list is ever growing and my sanity is ever waning. Especially knowing that this project has been worked on since, oh god, I have to try and remember, the beginning of 2022, I want to say? Right? Is it 2022? Or 2023? 2023. Beginning of 2023. Adding everyone? I mean, in the loosest sense, I'm trying to add everyone, but yeah, like it's talking thousands and thousands. That's just, yeah. There's more virtuals appearing every day than at the speed I can make them, especially with having to do all the assets and everything myself. Becomes a difficult task. So in the long term, you need a team of deads to add more and more and balance it. I mean, balance isn't the thing that I'm too concerned with. I can do a lot of that myself. It's one of the main things I'm very, very good at. Actually spent a lot of today talking about some of the issues that are currently existing in the game, and like what characters feel good and what characters feel bad, and what needs to change in accordance with that. But like, I'm gonna be honest, if I had all of the assets for each character, just a second ago kind of proved it, I can pretty much implement a character every day. The problem is that it takes me multiple days to get all the assets done for each character. Because you have to have a run animation, you have to have the idle animation, and then in here you have a splash art for them, and then you have icon ones as well, and then all the assets required for the abilities themselves, right? Yes, so fun little thing that I have actually promised about this game is the joke for this. When the game has finally released to Steam, this is my safety net for this. When the game has finally released to Steam, there is a promise I have given, and I will uphold this, is that the game will only be updated, not on regular intervals, but whenever Iron Mouse gets a new outfit, there would be a new update. What are your abilities? I'm not in the game currently. Which is for better or worse. Well, technically I am. Well, a version of me. But, you know, that's... You know, there's some secrets in the game. Who bug the enemies, exactly. Break the game. Game breaks, crashes, you lose your run. It's about right for what I'd do at this point. But yes, this is the current roster of characters that are in the game with pretty much everything implemented. I think the main ones that haven't been finished are Cinder and Matara though, because their ultimates aren't in the game. Their ultimates and assists. So an update a month. Less than, potentially. That's the scarier part of it all. An update every time Zen gets a new outfit. If I did both of those at the same time, I actually would probably end up in the hospital. At least the benefit I have when it comes to the whole talking on the every time Iron Mouse gets a new outfit is that my updates are intended to only be like 4 characters and then like maybe a couple of other things each time. So I'm lowballing it a little bit, but it does mean that like a lot of work has to get done in advance for the Steam release so I can have some safety net. Time for naps, it's getting late. Good luck, and it looks good already. Thank you very much, and enjoy your rest. It's always good to have a good rest. And have good sleeps, and have a good dreams. But yeah, if you want an idea of one of the like mechanics that I think is kind of cool, is we do have some characters have unique interactions with certain items and abilities. Good old Juniper has one of the best examples of this. So if I just switch off her quickly, and switch back to her, you'll see how she's got Mothaholic as her item. That's still a lot. It is. Oh yeah. And she's got like some cool stuff here. The main thing is her Mothaholic item. So items are universal. Weapons and items are all universal. But some of them have unique effects under conditions of playing with the right character. Just notice how clearly Shy Lily is Gura's height. Yeah, fun fact, that's actually true. Her height is the same as basically around Gura's height. Something that threw me really far off. But yeah, so if we leveled up Juniper's item, so Mothaholic, I'm going to force some levels here just to try and show the point. And of course it doesn't show up at all. Again, this is not how fast you normally level. I am pressing a dev tool button. Here we go, Mothaholic. Oosh. Turn into the next form of her. And then, if we do it again, whoosh, turn into the next form of her. And that's something completely unique to Monarch having, not Monarch, Juniper having that effect, or having that item. Other characters can get the item, but they don't change form. But we do have a fair few more characters in reserve that are going to be getting added. If we go to the documents, where am I looking? Blah, 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 VTubers Unite, assets, characters, player characters. We only have the splash arts at the moment. But here is one of the characters that's getting added this update. Oh, this major update cycle, so it's going to be a while. Cool thing about the in-game models is they're made to scale with the actual height. Yes, all of them are designed to actually scale with their relative heights. So say hello to one of the characters that's getting added soon, which is good old Doki. I actually quickly tossed together her item earlier. How long do you think it would take to release this? Realistically, on my own, if I was able to dedicate a little bit more time to this project, which I kind of can't, because I'm already pushing myself a little hard, the next update cycle the next soft update should be within the next week or so. The next major update will probably be a month or so away, because it's a total of 30 bosses going to be added. We've only got 5. And it takes me about a week to make a boss, honestly. And then after that, we have one more large-scale update that I'm going to work on. Then we have the Steam release, which is still probably not the true release, but you know. And that, I'll be lucky if I get to that by the end of the year, I'm going to be honest. I've been working on this solo mostly for a long time. And it's just perpetually getting, like, harder and harder to do. Also, fun fact, there are skins in the game. And all of them are going to have different splash arts as well. Because I hate myself, and I want to do more work, and I suck at art, so I apparently need to do more art. This is one of the skins for Doki. This is what's nicknamed the Fans Bond line, which are skins based off people that have helped me out in my life around the game and such. And it's me basically making a skin that is based on their preferences and based off the VTuber that they like the most. So the request for this one was simply being able to include Dad into it and just having a cool Doki shot. And I was like, well, I'm going to show a fan thing for it. Basically a beta or alpha release. Yeah, more or less. That is probably it's probably going to come onto like Steam on like that sort of thing. It's just the best bet for it. What's another one? Oh yeah, these two. These are the sprites for just the animation cycle for a specific character. Which I actually do need to add these to the updated cycle thing. But not only do we have Fuwawa, we also have good old Okoko as well. That's just their idle animations. I haven't done their sprint animations yet. And they're a little fast because I haven't decelerated them inside of the program here. I do it a bit more manually there. And I think, do we have another one? I feel like we've got another one that's not in yet. Oh yeah, we do. We have the full animation cycle for another character. This is just the idle animation, but say hello to little Neurosama. How open are you for open source? So, while the game itself's not technically open source, I'm not gonna hide anything from how this game's being developed. So if anyone's got questions on things, I can literally show you the part of the code where it is, but I will not be making the Git repo for it like public, is the shorthand. I've had a lot of people pop by and give me ideas, and stuff like that, and realistically, the smartest thing to do would be probably making it a bit more open. However, call me a control freak, call me whatever. I do have some like expectations for this game that I have for myself that I would just prefer to guarantee doing it, right? I also like your VTuber model, looks sick. Thank you. Funnily enough, this is actually a free model off of Booth that I found and have acquired. It's fully fine and usable for this. There's actually in the YouTube description, there is the link to where I got it from. This is just the free version. I do want to get the paid for version at some point, but I have more pressing matters for my money at the moment, like food. Surprisingly enough, I'm basically in that like starving artist mentality at this point, because I've gone from being a student at university for like almost 7 years to now doing indie game dev. Especially for a game that can't make money, maybe not my wisest idea. But yeah, the good old little examples of some of the stuff. Because, fun little fact, for the Neurosama Jam, a game jam that was done, over the New Year's period, someone, in the chat asked me to help them out, so I made an asset pack for them as well as technically a public one, of the Swarm. And, I also did this at the same time in case I needed it or they needed it. So there is actually an asset pack out there that's just like a public free asset pack for Swarm stuff. And that's kind of what I've been doing a lot in my free time. Holding a lollipop. Yeah, so fun little fact about the free model that I've got, that I'm using for all of this. If I quickly just unlock the thing, he's actually just holding a lollipop the whole time. Which is why I've positioned the way I have. The fun bits of that. Because there's no toggles or anything to toggle it away, or at least I haven't found one. Yeah. Okay, I need to change the description of this. So this is all incorrect. What the hell does Cinders do again? Oh yeah, that's just the passive, right? Yeah, the passive, which should just be... There we go. Until the process and reviewers are set in place. Yeah, like that's also an element of it. So, a little kind of talk on myself. I have worked as a software engineer for a number of years. I did it as a job. I ran in different positions quite a lot. I've been a project manager and project management facilitation roles. I've done a lot of stuff. I can manage a project if I need to. I just really don't want to, I'm gonna be honest. If I have the choice, I'm quite content just doing something myself to learn. Because in a sense, that's what this game is. This was me learning how to do game development. While I've done software engineering, I have not done game development before, and this has been a huge eye-opening experience for the difficulties that exist, but also how it's actually not that difficult. It's not difficult to get into it, and as long as you pace yourself and look at it the right kind of way, it's a very, very easy process to get into it. It's a very hard thing to master, but that's kind of the thing of software engineering in general. Software engineering is not a thing you master, it is a thing that you perpetually are the learning student. It's always an important thing to think. See you in your grave, old man. Catch you later, devil. Catch you later. But yeah. Is this like a passion project? Yes, this is 100% a passion project, which is why I'm not like ultra intense about certain things of it and why I'm content doing things. I mean, the simple fact is the idea behind this entire project is to celebrate VTubers. Right, like you've got games like Holocure and such that's really awesome. And I absolutely adore it, and it's like an awesome celebration of HoloLive in general, and just a really cool game. Like, I absolutely loved it. But I will, like, for me, one of the things that I feel like I need to do my love letter for is just VTubers in general. Almost across the board in VShoujo, and HoloLive, and Summon Niji-Sanji even, and Idle Ian, and all sorts I could name. and even independent as well. There has been a VTuber that has been someone that I really enjoyed. I mean, like, not to be that kind of person, but I've technically, when it comes to VTubing, I've been in the rabbit hole since Kizuna Eye, pretty early on. Like, fun thing about me getting into VTubers is I originally got into VTubers around Kizuna Eye and some stuff around that because I was playing Azure Lane, a gacha game about ships, and they did a Kizuna Eye collab. And I was like, I've kind of seen some stuff about this person. I should probably look into this. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's virtual avatar stuff. That's, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And then I found out about a few more, and then we hit the 2020s, and all of a sudden, VTubers exploded, and I'm like, I'm having a hard time tracking all of this now. There we go, alright. Okay, playing it now, pretty cool. I can't even remember how old the current update is, that's on itch. It's the sad part. Also happy for controller support. Yeah, I think not all of its controller support still, sadly. I've tried my best. The aim of the game as well is, realistically, you should be able to play with just a keyboard or a controller. Stuff like that. Like, you can actually, I don't even know if it's available in that you might be able to in that version. If you press C, I think it is, it should enable the auto-targeting. I know it's in this version of it though, where you can toggle auto-targeting on and off. So that little dial underneath the player will start targeting automatically. I need to clean that up because it's a little too snappy and it makes it a bit awkward. But again, like there's a million things I'm juggling at the moment that I need to work on. So, while not to like use that as an excuse, it does tend to add up. It works. Cool. So, like, I know Gura's weapon, Aura's weapon, Kaison's weapon, a lot of those require evidence from the targeting, and The short answer is it just flicks to whatever is the closest enemy to the player. Which is why I say, like, I need to add a bit of a swing speed to it, because if I add swing, then it'll feel a lot nicer, especially if you're trying to do kiting. Because what happens if you run into an enemy and all that. From 69 days ago, nice. That would be the... Shit, that'd be like... Oh god, it has been a long time then, hasn't it? Yeah, I need to get this update out, like, this coming week or so, I think. It's time to just focus on cleanup and getting the EXs done. I think that's what I'm gonna probably have to get done between now and next dev stream, is just getting the assets done for that, which is gonna be annoying, because what are the assets I need for that again? Okay. I need to do... Matara's EX related stuff. And Cinder's icons. That's it, right? I think those are the only things that are, like, actually broken at this point. Oh, and then technically also, 5th boss. Assets. I think those are the only things remaining left to get done for the next update. But Shmatara EX is a rough one because I'm still, like, tossing up what it's gonna look like. Whether I just go with Big Chibi or Tyrannid. Would love to nerd out, but it's 2 AM, kind of cooked. I'd love to catch you soon when you're not dying after a long day. That's fair. No, go have rest. I understand that in Europe and all that, it's always a thing. I see MS Paint, Blackboard use. Dude, it's great. I love being able to have a blackboard of some kind for explaining things and showing things. It's the best. And why would I need anything more than MS Paint for it? Simplicity at its finest. But yeah, so it's a choice between these two, is what the alt's gonna look like. And it's a hard one, because like I feel like going really excessive with a Tyrannid design would be kind of cool. And it would be fitting, but a big chibi would also be really cute. Especially knowing that we do already have an example of kind of what we should expect from that stuff with Juniper. So if I go into... Shit, is it under players or is it under something else? Is it under abilities? Juniper actor... no, so it would be under characters. Characters, player characters, Juniper, EX. Because this is Juniper's ult. She turns into this. Let's see. Also time for me to dip. Was fun finding you and and the rating a cozy stream. Catch you later. Catch you later. It was always good hearing from more people. To use typing things out, especially working full remote. I'm trained up to be a teacher. I love my being able to just write things out. It's definitely my style. It just means that my handwriting sucks ass for that. But yeah, no, I'm glad y'all had fun. That's always the important thing. Is I try and do my best to brighten everyone's day in some way. Or you learn something and then hate me for learning things. That's happened a few times. Yeah. Trying to think. How do I want to handle it? Okay, what is the... Oh god, what is the indicator? What is the denouncement for area? I'm probably easier looking at the weapons to see the denouncement for area category. At. At 0. Okay, there we go. Right, have so it's value 1, hash at 0. Trying to remember my own, like, keyword denouncement. Never an easy time. Value 2 hash value 0 hash. Okay, damage. Chance doesn't get modified. Damage gets keyworded. This gets area keyworded. There we go. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, so blue flame should now have its correct description. So if I boot up the game, let's have a little look at Cinder and her tooltips. Alright. Let's see what we get. Meanwhile, my computer is lagging my eldritch ritual to become anime person. Don't worry about it, it'll fix itself. I wonder if VTubing's... Wait. Does that mean, like, Warframe is just, like, VTubers? Because you're, like, transferring into the VTuber, which is the Warframe? I don't know if I'm happy asking myself this question. Alright. That's the item, that's fine. Again, percent of your movement speed modifier is damage, and so that's clearly not right. Might need to do something about that. When dealing an instance of damage, have a 7% chance to deal 3 and on the target. Okay. I feel like that's a little bit more than the actual area should be. So clearly this is pulling the wrong mod value from for the passive. Value 3 as a percentage. That... Right. Yeah, that is wrong. Movement speed bonus stacks. Wait, what? Wait, I'm actually now confused. What is supposed to be this ability? What have I done here? Oh, God, okay. I think I kind of understand what's going on. Don't know why this is the way I've done it, though. This is very much not what I would expect to do. Wait, what? Actually, no, this is a horrendous idea. Wait. Because, like, this is supposed to just be you gain your, damage, you get your modifier, gain bonus damage based on movement modifier, yeah. This is not how this should be done. Why have I done it this way? Because all this should be is... this, actually. So hold value cutoff is value 1, that's fine. Yeah, so let's just move this down a line. Whoops. That is so strange. Why have I done it that way? also put in the wrong thing here. I think what I was trying to do was add a movement speed modifier on top of all of this, and then pull the values. But even then, like, I think that it was incorrectly done there. Yeah, like, that's clearly what I was trying to do, is I was trying to give you more movement speed with the passive. No, this wording is going to be wrong. Gain up to percentage of your movement speed modifier as damage. Ah, the wording on that's so wrong. So the idea is that it's you gain movement speed modifier value. Gain damage based on your movement speed. Yeah, okay, gain. Let's rearrange a little bit of this. Yeah. Gain damage based on your movement speed modifier up to percentage total bonus. So 50%, 100%, 150%, 200% movement speed bonus is the maximum that you can convert into damage, which is a lot of movement speed. Oh god, that's right. iMouse did release a new model recently. I should really catch up on that one, because it looked kind of cool. The little bits and pieces of it that I saw. No, that doesn't count for the updates yet. The safety net I have is that I say full release. The funny part is, and I've said this before, best case scenario I have is that I can get like communication of when new skins would come out for Iron Mouse, like well in advance. Not because I want to know what the skin is, I just need to know to prep the next update. It's like, oh, I need to start doing a branch cut properly here. Quick. Alright, if I want to add movement speed to this later, or re-add it, because I think that's what the idea was there, but I just had done it incorrectly. I'd done it in a really unoptimal way, and it just looked really bad, I'll be honest. This is just, for now, it's just you getting that. You can get plenty of other sources of movement speed to give the damage bonuses. So it'll be fun. But now, in-game, the passive should have the correct description. And so should the ability. Then I just need to work on the items description. Descriptions matter a lot in games like this. Especially a fan game where, like, there's not going to be any official documentation or, like, wikis or something like that for it. So you gotta do stuff separately. Gotta find stuff out in-game. And I want to reduce the amount of, like, external information searching you might have to do. I want to give you as much information in the game as possible. I've played Warframe since its release, so I've had enough of... I do not enjoy Wikipedia games. Right, Cinders. Gain damage based on the movement speed modifier up to 50% total bonus, so that's all correct. And then Blue Flame is correct. Cool. $50 plus 50% bonus. Cool. So right now, that is actually useless because it doesn't... I don't get any movement speed. So that's why I believe I made it so it should give movement speed. And Moth Numies. There we go. I'm gonna grab a reflection because that's a less guaranteed effect, or is not guaranteed to get that in another shop, whereas Blue Flame is. God, Blue Flame is so good. Okay, there's reflection trigger. I can tell because the movement speed boost is just way too high not to be. Whoops. Ah, it doesn't matter. I just think that doesn't recharge at this point, right? Should probably activate the shrine, honestly, at this point. Because I actually do, again, Cinder is really good into groups. because blue flame can proc so easily, and in such a chain reaction format, because it's just instance again. So to iterate what it does, to anyone that's wondering, blue flame, this here. So it's whenever dealing an instance of damage, you have a 7% chance, and that levels up the chance and the damage, to deal a small amount of damage in an area around the target. Or the percentage chance should level up. I don't think it is right now for some reason. I might go double check that. So it means that, like, progressively speaking, what you can actually have is blue flame trigger, blue flame trigger, blue flame triggering. So it can cause cascading effects and cascading potency. Okay, and the shrine should be done. Yeah. So it's all about instance damage because you've already got a really high damage thing. Yeah, I swear that the percentages... But no, this percentage doesn't go up, the area goes up. Yeah. 7% is enough. Area scales really aggressively with that. Oh god, the magical girl turned up. Yeah, okay. She looks way too thin in this. I think I need to actually, yeah, she needs to be widened out a bit. She also doesn't look like she's getting the size scaling that, you're meant to. Is it just me, or does it feel like her boss isn't getting size scaled correctly? Shut up, Windows. Yeah, no, she is definitely not getting the area scaling. Because the shadow is an indicator of that. Okay, I've not written in her sprite. Oh, yes, because each of the bosses have individual sprite scaling. I forgot about that. I can't remember what Juniper's assist is. This is why I need to add an ability to see what assists are in the run. For my own benefit and others. I'm gonna die at this rate. I need to go find some healing. Thank you. Okay. Hey, and how's it going? It's going alright on my end. Been just trying to do some bug fixing and the likes. And just general testing right now. Alright, kill her. Yes! She's dead. More movement speed. How much have I got at the moment? Quite a lot. Ugh. Gotta love it. Alright, it's actually starting to get close to, like, movement speed that's awkward to use. It's kind of funny. And there's the yoga pants. The one that we added in earlier. Oh, hello. Oh, I think I know what it is. Yeah, that's it. Why am I doing it that way? This is easier. Boom. Alright. You know what my impression is when looking at the gameplay? Hitting enemies could use with a bit more feedback. Knockback velocity, item/power enhancer. So, there is knockback in the game. It's not fully rigged up on all things, though. There's definitely an issue. Because it was only recently reworked. Well, recently as in, like, the last few weeks. But, there's that element to it. There's also enemies need to actually have a hit noise. There is no hit noise, and a lot of weapons do not make audio. There's not haptic feedback on those either. There is a lot of feedback that's missing in the game, which need to drastically improve it. That is something that is undeniable, and is something that I am very much keeping in mind. That's why certain characters just immediately feel better to play, because they actually do have audio. But I say you've already been thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, like, that's that whole thing, right, of, there's no nice way of putting it. Like, there's a lot of things that are on my list that I need to get done, and even if they're on my list, I do kind of put them wayside more than I should. I really do need to pull my shit together and, work on the haptic feedback at some point, so... it's something that, like, I value very highly, but is very easy for me to forget about. And it's just because, like, the process of getting all of the audio done for it is just such a tiresome process. There's a reason why I did a bunch of audio at one point and have not done any more since. Which is very, very bad. I need to pull my stuff together and do stuff around that. So, do not think mentioning that is a bad thing. It's actually a very good thing, because you've reminded me I really should, like, set the time aside to work on that. And I need to stop being slow on it. Having something nice but smaller scale faster. Yes, that's something that I really should get better at with stuff like haptic feedback. Back when I used to work in IT, I will openly admit to this, haptic feedback has always been a thing that I've failed at, which is feedback in general like that. And and would often be something that, like, I would just leave to someone else. I would go, this is your job, not mine. Because I just don't want to deal with it. Like, add the click noise. Is YYC going to work for compiling this? I like to think that if that I do a decent job at it, I lack other qualities more. It's fine. Hey, we all have our things that we screw up on, right? I know haptic feedback is definitely one of mine. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to set that up at some point probably. Just keep using virtual machine. The IntelliJ work to test the mod project. I don't know if I have. That's because I've pulled it, I believe. Or I pulled a version of it. Let me. Double check if there is a branch that I've not seen. Because I have a local repo now of it. I've been playing around a little bit around looking at some stuff. Right, you know how the big coding environments like IntelliJ can sometimes be a fiddle to set up, but I think you should be fine. Oh yeah, I should be fine. That should be the issue. Okay. Right, up to date now on the fetch points. Because I'll just hover this here so you can see the fact that, like, this is my branch thing. All localized and everything. I won't show the other part of that because that's going to just show your name. Don't want to do that now. It's quite good. Don't even have to install Java. If you pick from the list, it makes a local install for it. Oh, fuck, really? Oh, that's nice. To be fair, I do have Java still on my computer. I have like 5 different versions of it installed in different ways, so I can access all of them when necessary. Don't ask. I hate myself as well for that, don't worry. Alright. God, yeah, okay, can I just point at one of the things with the Doki situation, by the way, quickly here? I hate this Twitter for always being like these kind of clickbaity bullshits. The Dextero. Because it feels like just... There was a point in time where they weren't so bad. And I remember that being quite useful. But now it's shit like that where it's like, they were kicked. It's like, no. It's worse. You might as well say the real thing, because the real thing's actually more interesting. If things are right, it should be taking the version configuration of the project files. Also, I didn't mind my name being shown that much. It's quite easy to look up anyway. I mean, yeah, it's just no point in showing it, right? There's a level of privacy I should kind of maintain for things. There's a reason why, like, last names are the things I do not try and give ever. Even if it's public information, technically so is mine, right? Well, actually, mine's really hard to find. Unless you know me and you've had it said to you, you probably don't know my last name. Most people don't. Some people know my first name. I've never made that hidden, really. But also, everyone that really knows me doesn't really call me by my first name. I think, like, of my friend group, only a handful call me by my real name, and most of them call me by handles or just by other things, right? Pretty sure, just telling you. No, it's all good. Yeah. I think, because it's just, yeah, there's a level of privacy. I mean, it's the same as me, like, I feel like silly enough that I've said kind of where I live enough times. Like, I said that I live by the beach. I've said that I live in Paraparaumu a few times, but like realistically speaking, that is a large enough area that unless you see outside my house, you're probably not gonna find me. And that's about it, right? Like, post that. Also, I live in New Zealand. Do you have any idea how many New Zealand viewers I have that aren't people that I know already? Basically none. I've looked at the percentages. Do not try and convince me otherwise. It's the fun part of that all. And that's fine. I mean, like, I stream at a time where New Zealand actually probably doesn't like it, because the only time I stream in a reasonable time for a normal person to watch is the weekend. Because everyone else I know is working right now. Right? Like, they're not going to be able to watch stream. Unless they're at work, and that's my friend normally, or one of my friends does that from time to time, Noxie, and they are naughty enough for that. Very bad. Naughty. Oh god. Okay, can I just say something that's mildly funny? So, slightly less funny thing. But, like, there is so, Pirate Software's had a lot of controversy around him at the moment. Recently, a thing's been brought up that he cheated in some games. And it's really funny that this is like where we're going with that, right? It's so stupid. Reminds me of when some dude joined the Discord, quickly found out he's from my area, literally my city. My dad's his doctor, and suddenly aggressively invited him to come grab lunch and stuff. That's actually kind of funny. Because that's the thing, is I think there's a couple of Australians in that server, but I don't think there's any other New Zealanders. Which sucks, because, yeah. Just New Zealand's not a big place. That's how it is. And I'm definitely an abnormal New Zealander. So you're not gonna get things like me very often. But I do find that funny, yeah. I still one day want to come over to Europe and like meet up with a bunch of people that I've known for ages over there. Thought it would be kind of fun. But like something that's actually become more and more like prevalent, and I find this interesting, is that I have a few people that have like really suggested I come to America as well. And I'm not gonna lie, there is a lot of people that I want to like catch up with that are in the US now. His name is Pirate Software. He did pirate things in some software. What did you expect? Yeah. I love that though. It's really funny. Like, oh, one controversy starts, so everyone has to find a new controversy to try and like tear him down. And I don't think he's handling it very well. I don't think some of his approach has been like what I would suggest in those cases. But overall, I think he's done like the correct things. Because I would prefer to see him try and bulwark it and shore up his defenses and just stick to his guns. Because if he just manages to weather it out, it'll put up a good example of what to do in these situations. Because I really hate the internet's like hate boners, because it just gets so frustrating. Like, it's okay to really dislike someone. It's not okay to go send them death threats. Like, ever. And when we see this with creators of all kinds, we see this with all sorts of stuff, it's just not okay. You should not use your anonymity to be an ass. Use it to vent, if anything. You can go, damn, I really dislike how this story went. I'm sorry to the creator, but I just can't agree with this decision. I think that's a fair one, right? If you go on Twitter and say that. It's not okay to go on Twitter and go, this writer doesn't know what they're doing, they ruined my favorite ship. It's like, oh, I mean... Crash to their place to go to anime game conventions with them. I was like 15 back then and went to my own train. Damn. Meanwhile, I do have friends I could go crash at from time to time. I just don't, because it's so expensive to go hang out there. Because like that's going back to my hometown where I kind of want to move anyway. And it's expensive, man. I want to hang out more with them. I want to go there in person and play some Magic the Gathering. You have any idea how badly I want to be able to do that? It's why when I move there, I'm going to play so much more Magic, because I'm going to probably like drag their asses to play it like at least once a week. Oh god, I need to finish doing that deck still. The Grogari deck. The Yagdra Elf Ball one, where I eat my elves. Feed me my elves, my elvish brethren. I gotta do a quick review of that deck, because I want to see like what cards I've got there currently. Because I know I've grabbed 1 or 2 cards that I've added to that, but I haven't added to the original like reference thing on Architect for it, for the list. So I'll need to like go through and figure out what I've got left to get. Done it multiple times, have really fond memories of them, but life made it they couldn't be online as much anymore and lost touch. Yeah, I think that's always the rough part, is like I do have a few friends like that as well, where I've got one that literally lives like a couple of hours away from me, like not even a full hour drive, that I used to live with, and I've just not hung out with him outside of like once since pre-COVID. I want to hang out with him more. I really do. But it's also like both of us are very busy and I don't have enough money to hang out a lot of the time. Just a depressing thing. I'm hoping that once like all of my stuff is paid up and I manage my stuff a little bit better, I'll be fine. But yeah. If you come to France, you've got a place to crash. I do appreciate that, genuinely. Can take me to the fancy, fun places where I can get absolutely drunk and show everyone that I can't actually get drunk and it fucking sucks. Dude, that's the other thing. I've been like involuntarily sober for so long. I just want some liquor, man. It's really sad when Yo stopped on the highway, stopped next to my town and changed his car. 10 meters away from me. He couldn't have charged at my place over coffee. He was his family though. Yeah, that is true. I mean, I'd love to actually catch up with Yost, like, in person. I feel like me and him hanging out in person would be very funny. Because it's just two absolutely, like, inverse software kind of individuals hanging out, and it's like there is going to be some security concerns with that. Should be very funny. I wasn't always as squeaky clean as I am today. Me and my silly earlier years. Well. But, like, I still want to go to Gamescom. Like, one time. I think that would be a really cool experience. I think the best thing would be to go to Gamescom with a game and actually be, like, a stall there. That'd be awesome. But that shit, I can't even remember how much that costs. I'm sure it costs an extreme amount, right? Gamescom booth cost. I'm curious. Stand cost calculation. I live in the area bordering France and Germany. It's quite culturally different from the rest of France, but I live here, which is weird for... Yeah. Oh, whatever this is an error. Interesting. Okay, those have clearly just whatever. Gamescom for Indie, is it worth buying a store? The calculator on the website says the minimum rent size is which costs around 3,000. So I would assume it would probably cost me, like, off the cusp in my head. If I was to do a game, it would probably cost me, like, close to 10 grand. Right? And that's not including, like, flights and shit. Oof. Because that was a 2-year-old post, so the price is definitely inflated. Yeah, that's rough. Especially knowing, I'm trying to remember, flights to Europe. How much are flights to Europe again? They're like a few grand. Best fares to Frankfurt. Eesh. Flight Center. Let's have a quick squiz via Flight Center. It's in Germany, right? And then let's, like, do this a little bit. So when is it again? It's like trying to remember when Gamescom is. It's like August, right? Say August here for like 2 weeks, just as a kind of thing. Search flights. Would be at least 13 hours. You are very far off. Yeah. A flight from here to Japan is 14 hours. You do realize yeah, here we go. I'm basically taking 2 days for the flight. Yeah, this is kind of what I expected. To give you an idea, this is about the price of a PC. And this is about the time taken to build like 4 PCs. Where it is though, I know kind of where it is in Germany. I remember the places, but I'm not remembering them right now. Wouldn't be hard to look up. Best idea though is just like kind of looking at this sort of stuff because it's not going to probably change all that much. But yeah, like minimum 2 stops. I remember when I was looking at it last time, one of the best ideas I had for it was I would take the trip. It would be little to no breaks going there. And then on the way back, I would stop in Hong Kong for about half a day. And then I would be able to go. And that was like one of the cheapest options available to me. Even Frankfurt to San Francisco was 11 hours. You do remember I'm on the other side of the globe, right? Like, not only am I on the other side of the globe, like, across, I'm also diagonal, right? Like, both angles down the other way. The distance between Europe and the US is equivalent to the distance between New Zealand and Australia, more if anything. Well, it's a lot less than that, but that distance, but like, I cannot stress enough, to go to Japan, which is literally just north of New Zealand, but like by a ways, it's all the way the globe up. That is a 13-hour flight minimum, I believe. So that is the roughness of why I would not, why I'd love to do those sort of trips, but not happening anytime soon. If I was to go for Gamescom, I would definitely be going for like the full thing, including the developers stuff prior to it, and then I would probably want to go with a game to have a booth. That would be definitely best case scenario. And at that point in time, like, I'm probably spending like 20 grand on that entire endeavor, at minimum, I'd expect. If you ever do, I'll try and meet you there. Oh yeah, no, 100%, right? Like, if I ever do, I'll let y'all know. It'll be a fun time meeting up. Get to see what I look like in person and see how much, like, the camera hides how old I look. Because trust me, the camera that I used to use for my webcam stuff, which is still sitting there, yeah, it hides, it's a low enough quality, it hides a lot of the age. Hey, you there, Jaka? But yeah, it's a fucking sad time for that. I love living in New Zealand. It means I'm so isolated from the rest of the world. Better have noise-cancelling headphones for the flight. Oh, hell yes. Dude, like, the worst part is, right, so most of those were, like, 2-stop layoffs. So I would have to probably stop in most of the time I believe it's stop in Australia, get on a flight, go to, like, Singapore or China, and then go from there to Europe. Like, you have to understand, that is my fastest route there. I do not believe there is a single route that's better to go via the US. Even for price or anything. Which I'd love, again, I cannot stress enough how much the opportunity to go to the US, I'm actually now interested in that. Because for a long time, I never liked the idea of going to the US. Now I'm a little bit more interested and willing. There's a few places in the US I'd love to go see. And a few people as well. But it's more likely I'll end up in Europe at some point. Like Germany, I'd love to go explore because there's a lot of cool historical stuff there that I find very curious. Europe in general, kind of that same argument. Because I'm a huge culture, history nut. I had the deep down, so. Tie your hair with a single stick. God, alright. That's, yep. I mean, to be fair, I've got like a hella ponytail at the moment. You could see me do the hair flick. Ah. Maybe it's Maybelline. Yeah. God. I still love looking at some of these that have so many different denouncements in it. Where they have to like switch around. Why are these separate? These shouldn't be separate. I think they're just separate because I had things changed at one point. Yeah, same here. This makes sense for being separate because, like, it's a value and then the text. It's kind of funny. Alright. So that means that those are fixed up. Else, how would that be pronounced? Alsace? 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 Or Alsace? I'm gonna butcher it in every way possible. You have to understand that most of my pronunciation architecture comes from Asian at this point, which is weird as hell. Hello to you as well then. Alsace? I'll show you around Luxembourg if you wanted, but I only ever went there to see family, never really visited. I mean, good excuse for us to go explore, right? I mean, I'm gonna be honest now, there is a good shout if I go over to Europe. You and I hang out for like a week and we play like Magic and explore some historical sites and you learn as much as I do. Put it in Google Translate, yeah. It's the best way, right? I mean, just do what Chris Broad does and Google everything before you have to say it. So it makes you look like you're really smart. I still loved how he got called out on that. What kind of magic? Magic the Gathering. Good old Commander, specifically. I love me my Commander. C is pronounced like S if followed by an A vowel in French. So, Alsace? 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 Just made a jank sea creatures commander deck. Ayy, that's the best way to do it. Always do jank decks. I'm kind of sad that I've got one-ish jank deck, and it's the one I'm building at the moment. The other decks I have, let's see, I've got one that's a slightly edited precon, one that's a heavily edited precon, and then one that's a slightly changed precon that is actually surprisingly good when it actually doesn't die turn 3. yes, I'm gonna complain about that one game from last week where I died per turn 3 and wasn't able to do. Still like £100. Yeah, that is the pain, isn't it? Commander decks, man. Even if you get like all dollar cards, it's been $100. Almost, but close enough. There you go. But yeah, no, the Golgari deck that I'm doing at the moment with Yagdra as the commander is still really exciting to me. I'm gonna be honest. I just love the idea of like, I have summoned a lot of elves. These elves are food. I'm going to eat my elves. What am I coding in? So I'm coding in Game Maker's Game Maker engine with Game Maker's specifically in-house language, GML, which is kind of a weird hybrid of like C and C like derivative languages and all that, and a bit of Python in a sense as well. I'm making a game in UE5 currently. Oh boy. Are you using blueprints or are you using the C hash studio code? It's all good if you don't know the answer to that, by the way. Blueprints mostly? That's fair. Honestly, 100% fair. Because, yeah. That is an engine that, like, is very hefty at the end of the day. E at the end is neutral. The pronounce is... I'm faking 42. Oh? I'm interested. How are you faking it? I will make you touch a Yu-Gi-Oh deck against your will. Oh god. I'll tell you what now, if you can get me like a really fun Exodia one to play, I'll play it. But otherwise, I ain't touching Yu-Gi-Oh with a 10-foot pole. I complain enough about Magic the Gathering cards having too much text on them. You think I'm gonna handle Yu-Gi-Oh well? I have stacked layers of 3D parts that I teleport the player seamlessly. Ooh. That sounds fun. Definitely, I think I see how you can do that easy-ish. That's cool. That is really cool. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I want to work in UE and Unity at some point, is some of the awesome stuff you can do is like really, really awesome with particles and rendering and stuff like that. It's awesome to have those kind of more powerful render engines. Specifically UE5 with its shader and shadow stuff, which is what you love it for. Like, I think avoid Unity. That's completely fair. I mean, at this point in time, the only ones I'm probably going to be programming in for the longest time are Game Maker and maybe Godot. I'm trying to set that up at the moment for another project that I'm working on. Unity's one where, like, I've worked in it a couple of times. I've never been great at working within it. And I just don't really like the silliness that the company did. Even though they have cleaned up, they've cleaned their nose a little bit, but, you know, it is the case still. Used to use it, but damn, it was buggy. That's fair. Ever use UE5? I have. I've made a couple of projects in it, for the previous degree that I did. I have the cards for a juicy Exodia deck, but I'd rather ask my friends that has almost enough recursion to draw as a deck in one turn. So I told him to put Exodia in it. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I would possibly play. It's like, cool, I'm just... If I don't get my combo, I lose, but have fun. That's the only way I play Yu-Gi-Oh! To roll the dice, not play the cards. That's why you run the, was it the Blue Eyes stuff? Because then, like, you get that one thing where you sack it for, Blue Eyes to draw to thin your deck out faster. The deck is better off not doing that, but it's funny. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, deck don't need to be good. Deck need to be funny. That's the important part of card games. But yeah, UE5, I can't show it easily because I would have to do a lot of like updates and my computer would probably actually die in the process. But I did make a like third-person shooter in it at one point. Hoping to get your game out in July, if my mental health behaves. Oh boy, do we understand that. Yeah, no, that's... I mean, honestly, giving yourself a timer is always a rough thing, but always a good thing as well, because then you have something to work towards. I hope you don't overstress yourself with it, though. But awesome that you're, like, on the track for that. It's the fun part is, like, I want to say July is a long time away, but, like, it's also really not. It's the fun part about game dev is something can take multiple weeks. I say that because this game was started in the beginning of 2023, and it's still, like, in a very early state, in my opinion. I'm struggling mapping in 4D. Yeah, I mean, all I can suggest is, like, having, like, a notebook for it or something. But, like, even then, that's gonna be a nightmare. Like, I'm assuming you've probably got, like, a map somewhere else, right? That you're using as a reference point. I'm trying to even think of any programs that would help, but I cannot think of any. Tons of those gimmicky decks. Gimmicky decks are the best. It's one of the things I can't map, just winging it. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the fun part. That's the fun way of doing it. It's 4D/3D lane. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Like, all I could suggest is maybe trying to make a, like, thing somewhere to reference kind of the idea of it all, but I know that that might not work out too well, so. One gimmicky deck that's really bad, but the monsters in it are called Time Lords. Had to. That's fair. Look, I still want to make, actually, can I show a deck that I have as a theory craft again? I finally theory craft a better Doctor Who deck that, like, should be actually quite affordable by comparison. I think I need to log in quickly, though. Right? Yeah, I need to log in quickly. So give me a second. Can't remember the password for the bloody architect. There we go. That's the password. Alright. Do you play Spell Table at all? I do play a little bit of Spell Table with some friends, yes. I've enjoyed it quite a bit. Sadly enough, most of them are a little busy, so I can't, convince them to play as often as I'd like. Order some custom sleeves. That was pretty much impossible. Oof. Take 3 to 180 minutes, depending on how lost you get. I do kind of like the idea of that. That's funny. That's the best way to have those sorts of puzzles, is like, you're gonna have that one person that's gonna go, this game sucks. Took me forever to get through the first area, and then someone's gonna go, damn, that first area was way too easy. What the hell? And it's like, I love that. But yeah, like, I only have physical decks, really. I played a little bit in Arena, but I'm enjoying having physical cards. It's the best time. When this fucking load, alright. Gallifrey Stand. This is the deck that I tossed together that I kind of want to make. It is really stupid and really funny. So this is all about meeting a win con from the enchantment Gallifrey Stands in the stupidest way possible. You can see from here, by the way, most of these I do not actually have. This is just me theory crafting and playing around with ideas, because I've only been playing Magic since Foundations came out. So I'm fairly new to Magic, but I'm not new to card games. And I use theory crafting as a way to come to understand how certain mechanics would interact. Real, the Mistcaller is my favorite deck. That's fair. That's a good one. Is this going to load is the question. But yeah, like my try-hardiest deck that I have is a Stellar Lee deck. And it's fairly optimized in some regards. But yeah, here we go. Here is the Gallifrey Stands deck that I have that is absolutely bonkers in the way it runs it. So, to anyone that might not know, Gallifrey Stands is a you win the game card. Right? When it enters the battlefield, return all Doctor cards from your graveyard to your hand. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a Doctor creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Then, if you control 13 or more Doctors, you win the game. I use Moxfield for decks if you ever want an idea for some power level 6 and 8s. I'm always interested in that stuff, yeah. Like, again, I'm still looking at cards, still trying to figure out really good ones. But yeah, so you might sit there and go, well, isn't there, like, not that many Doctors in here? Right? There's even a bloody Bird of Paradise. But the thing is, and this is the fun part, so if I look at, say, Clara Oswald is a great example of this. There are two instances of stuff in Doctor Who, where you've got Doctor's Companion, where it says very specifically you can have two commanders if the other is the Doctor. Not a Doctor, Doctor, or anything like that, it's the Doctor. Specifically, that means that you need it to be one of the Doctors. So it has to have Time Lord and Doctor as its only typings. Right? But, and that means you can't use like a shapeshifter for this effect or anything like that. Doctor's Companion is a bit restrictive. But you know what's not restrictive? Gallifrey Stands. Gallifrey Stands does not require that. Requires a Doctor creature card. And let's have a look at this commander for a second. As it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Slivers you control and non-token creatures you control are the chosen type in addition to their other creature types. The same is true for creature spells you don't control and creature cards that you own that aren't on the battlefield. In with all of my current playable ones, with work in progress and O for my old decks. Okay, I'll have a squiz in a sec once I've kind of gone through this. So from that you might start getting an idea though, where this deck's trying to go. So this deck, while it has a good few Doctors in it, you need 13 for Gallifrey Stands. Thing is, everything's a Doctor. Because of multiple ways of inducing this effect where everything becomes a creature type. So the idea is Gallifrey Stands, but not with the Doctors. The only reason I have as many Doctors in here as I do is for the shitpost. It's so stupid. You pulled the second Doctor serialized? Oh, that's nice. Gallifrey Stands. How do you access that? So that one is one of the ones that was added with the extra stuff later, I believe. Where we got the other Doctors. It was a secret layer, I think, right? Maybe? I can't remember. But it's not a hard card to find. There is... To give an idea, at my LGS, there is multiple copies of it, including a... Like, I will show you how cheap it is to get that card. No, I mean in your deck. What do you mean to get it? It's an enchantment. I've got a couple of enchantment pools in the deck. Okay, they've added more, so I'm gonna have to probably search it. No, there's not. Get. How do you spell Gallifrey off the top? I've literally got it over there. What? This. I can get the expanded art surge foil for $7. It's great. But this is my local LGS, so, you know, you can't get it. But yeah, no, there's a couple of cards in here that search for enchantments or help me shred through my deck easier. As an example, 11th hour, go through the deck until you find a doctor. So I can shred through. There's a reason why the War Doctor's in here is because I have a lot of exiling and such. But there's a lot of ways for me to draw through my deck relatively easy and search through stuff. There's a ways for me finding cards on the top of my deck as well. And this here is like the softest like instant win condition added to this that I love. Which is Obeka, Splitter of Seconds. You get multiple upkeeps, which means if you have Gallifrey stands down, you could potentially just win that same turn. Which is really funny to me. But yeah, like you loot to try and shred through to find creatures and stuff like that. Again, you're trying to get Cascade. Like you've got Joda in here for Legendary Cascade. You've got this for when you cast Historics, draw a card. Don't even want to know how cheap my shiny Blasphemous Act with ruined Gallifrey artwork. Yeah. Well, I mean, there was a deck that I made yesterday, I believe. This one here, Cascade, because there's a couple of cards that just got added to the store that I was like, I would love to make decks around. And like, this seemed really funny to me. It was literally just a bunch of stupid Cascade cards. And land drops. Because there was a version of this in the new store. And then there was a version of this in the store. There was the full art foil of this. Yeah, this one. This got in the store and it's like $1. But yeah, this one's just absolutely stupid because it's all about just shredding your deck, playing out as much basic crap as you can, and just trying to play Gallifrey stands and win. There's plenty of ways to win off of not that, by the way. War Doctor is the best example. War Doctor will destroy people, trust me, but Cascade is Cascade and Rebound. Yes, no, I do remember that one. It's Into the Time Vortex. That one there. For the Cascade one, I don't think I added that because it's just the cost of it's wrong for what this deck wants. So it is a 5 Cascade, I believe. Yeah, so it would be a 5 Cascade. I kind of need 6 and above. Because, like, if you look at this deck, the way it's designed out, there is a little bit thing. Or, like, 90% of those cards. This. I want to get there. I want to get to that point. Like, this is one of the decks that I have, that I actually have this, like, sitting behind me. And this isn't even that great of a deck. Okay, 2 of these, I think, is data fetch errors. Yeah. This is the one that I'm slowly going to work on over the next year because I want to try hard deck. Got all the doctors, unfortunately. My second doctor is serialized. You know what the worst part is? Yeah, like, you're gonna have that discrepancy. It's gonna be annoying. I understand that feeling a lot. I mean, I'm still at the stage, and I'm probably never gonna change from this truly, but like, as long as I can play a card, I can play a card, right? I don't really care past that. The Villa Precon? Yeah, I do want to make a Villain Precon edited at some point with Missy as the commander. That sounds really fun. But I need to get those decks first now, and that's my problem. And I can't do that. I need to get my PC. I genuinely need to stop looking at Magic as much and go, you know what? I need a new PC, because I do need a new PC. That's not a thing that I can, like, put off anymore. Can I can't click on it from here, can I? If I copy this... should be able to just do that. So yeah, like getting all the Doctor Who precons is still very high on my list of things I would love to do one day. But, like, I want to get a lot of the precons later down the line as well. Like the Spider-Man ones and the Avatar ones. So it was current is in, W is work in progress, and O is old. Big Wabbits. I'm curious what Big Wabbits is. Oh, this one. Yes. Okay. Oh, boy. Ah, yes. Good old heir apparent. What's this one? Preposterous Innkeeper. Enters treasure token whenever another creature you control enters, gain life. Oh. How much life will you generate with this, then? Because I can already see, like, that's gonna get insanely high. Yeah, Anointed Procession. And there's the Authority. And the tree. Ah, yeah. Oh god, this is gonna get big board. Oh yeah, it's gonna get big board. Up to 15, yeah. Yep. If you have like some of the token doubling, this thing's gonna just fucking rocket out. That's actually hysterical. 3 Tree City. Man, you got some good cards in here too. Fell the Mighty. Which one's Fell the Mighty? I hate when it doesn't show. Surreal creatures with power greater than target power. Ah, okay. But yeah, good ramp. Oh. Oh, I see the alt win called there. It's either you hit them in the face, or you just win with Halo Fountain. Because of, this part here. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. I see. Yeah, I see the win con. I love how many heir apparents I've actually sold at this point, as well as the fun part, because it's just like, it's free money to me, because I'm not going to probably do an heir apparent deck, and I've gotten like 1 shiny and like 4 or 5 just basic ones. I've just kept selling them, because it keeps giving me enough money to go pay for other cards. This is Europe. It's almost done. I'd love to not have to buy 15 coffee. That's fair. Look at Thrumming Stone? Thrumming Stone. Which one was Thrumming Stone? Your spells have Ripple 4. When you cast a spell, you may reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may cast spells with the same name as that oh. Oh no, it's Heir Apparent fucking Cascade. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's so funny. Oh boy. Have an amazing day and a great lunch. I will now. Catch you later. Oh god. I think I've actually seen this card played once, and it's with like, I think it was an Assassin's Creed deck, because it was an assassin that like has the same, like you can have as many of it in the deck as you want. But yeah, boom, loads of rabbits. Yeah, like I can I love the idea. It's like you've got 7 mana Oprah and everyone's like, okay, what's he gonna do? Boom, bang. The rabbits breed. I love that. That's really funny. Oh god, I see Demir Mill, you say? I want to know what commander you have for this. That's the curious part. And is it self-mill or is it everyone mill? The ancient one. Descent 8. Can't attack or block unless there is 8 or more in thing. Draw a card, then discard a card. When you discard a card this way, target player mills cards equal to its mana value. I see. Oh boy. Alright, yeah, and this deep operative. Oh no. Mirko Vosk, Mind Drinker. A player, that player reveals to put those cards into their graveyard, so mills them, yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, I see where this is oh boy. Both mill, yeah. Good old Grim as well, yeah. I need to get a second copy of Grim for my Golgari deck. Because I've got it currently, I've put it back into my Surveil. So I've got the Mirko deck, and it's basically a Surveil deck, which is kind of like a weird mill deck. It's a slower, controlled mill deck, basically. And I really enjoy it, because it's got a lot of good tempo to it. I just need to add like 1 or 2 better payoffs to some stuff. And I need to add a couple of cards that just eat counters. I've got a couple in mind that I want to add to it. But yeah, Deep Operative's good. And there's the Laboratory Maniac. God, I need to get a copy of that at some point, because there's a couple of decks I'd love to do with it. Shrines. Is this gonna be what I think it is? Is this gonna be my good friend Go Shintai? That I really badly want to make this deck? Yeah, it is. I really want to make this deck at some point. Like, I love the idea of the Go Shintai deck. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense over there. Good old Eternal Schema, yeah. Amusingly enough, I think I have one designed. Look at the mines, Mind Grinder, except yeah, I did have a quick swizz. Like I know a good fair few of those cards. Is what I should say. But I love some of these. These are looking great. Good fun, good fun. I do, again, Shrine decks always are cool to me as well. Because it's just, because of Go Shintai as a commander, it has, like, created a very interesting way of doing them. Marina Trench is your jank? Where's that one? That one? Mono blue, huh? When this lets me, there we go. Thessia. As long as your devotion it isn't a creature, at the beginning of your thing, scry. Okay. God, what are these costs? What the fuck? What the hell? Some of these costs are so high. Oh god, yes, the big boy. All bound. Draw a card. You've got a great draw. How do you get the mana for this though? Because like I see the bobbleheads as an alt win as well. Oh, I guess you probably create enough treasure tokens from it. Yeah. I guess there's that as well. You like 1v1 Commander? I mean, I've played a fair bit of it. I don't enjoy it anywhere near as much as, like, group Commander. Again, so this is... Check out the new Finn. Alright, I'll have a look at that in a sec. But, like, that's actually one of those funny things. So, like I said, I've played a lot of card games in my time. And what drew me to Commander, and is the only level, like, the only reason I play Commander at all, or play Magic at all, is because I've played a lot of, like, Wild Hearthstone, and this reminds me a lot of Wild Hearthstone, but with, like, the fun that, I like the fun of Wild Hearthstone, but with the ability to actually play the game. Because almost all the people I play with in, like, my LGS are really, really fun, chill people. And that's the best part to me. Wagons. The best way to have it. Where was I looking again? I take it to my very toxic LGS and Dominators. People can't do anything. Update yonks ago. Okay, I need to look far back then. Good lord, the list. Wait, have I missed it? Ah, there it is. Turn 4 win. There we are. Finn turn 4 win. The rhyming. Oh, this dude! Yep. Oh, yeah, I know about this one. Yep. 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 Yeah. Does it turn 3? Yeah, I can see that. Because, is it this the one that I'm thinking of? No, where's the one that I'm thinking of? Yep, that's it. Yeah. Other tapped creatures you control have Death Touch. No, there's another one that I'm thinking of. It's one of the Vipers that, like, you can get, and it's just everything else has Death Touch. Though I don't think you really need that, because it looks like everything has Death Touch anyway. I have it somewhere in my collection, the one that I'm thinking of. But yeah, that's... Whoa. That makes you take 2 poison. Yes, no, that's why I was like, I remember that. So it's just basically swinging, you're done. Especially knowing that you're green and it's 2 mana. The fact that you probably got that on turn 1 at this point. Yeah, no, I do know the win condition. Yeah, like I've seen this dude. I've seen this dude before. I've not played against it, but I do know about it. I can see what you mean by the 1v1 just wins though. Yeah, everything already has Death Touch, so the card I was thinking of is just not useful. It's also got Toxin there, so you put on, what, 3 with that one off the top of my head? It's got Ninjutsu as well? Oh boy. That is a scary deck. It dies, choose one. Oh, okay. So yeah, that seems like a pretty solid deck. Specifically in a 1v1, I will say, because at the moment I think something I've learnt now is even versus like Atraxas and stuff like that, I've played versus them a few times. I've never seen Poison win when it's like more than, when it's like 2 or more people. Like, very consistently do I not see that. Because that person, like, the moment someone's at like 5, that person's getting targeted, and you're just gonna die. Like, before the poison ticks off. Yeah, you're just precons. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm at the stage where, outside of the Yagdra Golgari deck that I'm working on at the moment, everything is just modified precons for me. Let me grab my decks. They're behind me. Where's my camera? There it is. Move the tablet for a moment. These are all my decks. I only have the 3. I'm not very new. I'm fairly new into the game, so. This is the Miracle one that I was talking about. Obsessive Theorist, which is all about surveils. He gets 1/1 counter when you surveil, and then end of turn you can bring back with a finality counter a creature with less power. And then this is the Stellar Lee deck that's very heavily modified to be quite good. It's both Storm and like a handful of infinite combos, where I just need to add 1 or 2 more cards and like get several more infinite combos now. Like, it's very easy. This one is the one I'm working on that's not done yet, and it's good old, like I said, Yagdra. That a friend has helped me build. A friend from the LGS. He's awesome. Matthew turns up from time to time in here. And then this is the one that I got super recently, which is... card, because this is unsleeved still, except for the commander, is the Goatee Precon, but it's edited like by 2 cards, I think, because I added a Gex that I got for free. Amira's a 1-trick pony, but 4 build damage to the face with Trample is always nice to pull off. Oh god. That is rough. But yeah, I think it's, I'm trying to remember, because I think I've added one of the other green ramp spells and Gex to this. The Gex that I got, yeah, I think it was Cultivate is what I've added to this. Yep, Cultivate's added. And then there is the Gex that I got for my first, yeah, this one here. This is the card I got when I first played, is the first pack that I got from first time I went to the LGS and won. I got that card, which is really good, and I don't like playing it because I feel like an asshole. No CDH ramp and Amir either, so it's a nice, cheap whoosh. But yeah, like, this is one of those decks that I'm playing at the moment purely because it makes people have a lot of anxiety, because it's, like, no sleeves. And it's got cards in it that are like 15 bucks, like that Gex, in example. Just really funny to me, because like I've said to people before, when I'm playing with my cards, I treat all my cards equally. If I ever got like a Shieldred the Apocalypse, that thing's getting treated the same as a basic land. I am not the right kind of person for those sort of cards. But I also want to get them because they look funny and stupid. And I like playing some bullshit from time to time. Again, this deck here, I want to get some more power in it. There was one that I looked at, but sadly it sold out in the LGS, but it's like, it is a recursion deck, right? It's a Surveil recursion deck, so I curate what goes into my my grave quite a bit, and it's good. I do need to... I sold, I think, or I've repurposed the reanimate that was in this deck. And I'm kind of tempted to put it back in. Kind of tempted. Because, it'd be good. I got some white packs, yeah. 6 white packs currently. That's fine. I mean, like, that's what I say, like, I play what I got. I mean, the fact is... This, in addition to the decks... These are all the cards I have. And this is just a... Buildings of an Enchantment Room deck that I will work on one day. I tried to work on it at one point, but I've delayed it, and it's Marina. It's supposed to be like very control-orientated rooms with the win con in it. That is my main card collection. And then this is like the amalgamation of like a couple of pre-cons I owned and / given. And that's it. That's all the cards I have. I'm what I would consider fairly early on in collecting. The fact that I'm still at the stage where I would make more decks, but I actually don't own enough like command towers and soul rings. Both from home country, so I want to support their awesome artwork. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a couple of proxy artists that I would love to like get stuff from. It's just the hardest part is living in New Zealand means that like there is very few options available to me unless I go super overseas. Hell, I've even considered making my own proxies, really, but I'm nowhere near the art quality that I'd need to do for that. I primarily do pixel art, so that's definitely not adequate enough. I brought some secret layers too. See, that's the thing, is I'm kind of glad I've not been around for any of the secret layers at this stage, because I will not deny how tempted I am for some. I mean, one of the try-hard deck that I have, I will be buying some secret layers for, if I just show that very quickly, that I need to relax, Edgar Markov one. This is what I would consider a try-hard deck, that I'm building. And the fact is, like, these two here, I just love the art for them too much. I like my hot men. So I would love to grab those up. And then, like, that Asterion as well. Just hot men, man. Hot men. You have me easy with that stuff. But yeah, this is what I would consider my most try-hardy deck design that I've done. And me really wanting to build this within, like, a year or two. Because I want to have it available for when you play versus that one person that doesn't know how to chill out, right? The advantage I have is that Edgar Markov is going to probably become quite affordable soon because of Instant Remastered. Which I would have loved to have done, like, a pack opening for that. I said I was really tempted to, but just, I can't afford it. Having me from Baldur's Gate 3. So, some of them is, some of them isn't, if I recall correctly. I believe these variants are not. I think this is, yeah, this is the secret layer drop version, which is the one I specifically want. Because I know what the other one looks like, and this one just looks way too good not to go for. Same with these ones. These are the secret layer variants of the cards. And that's why I like, that's part of the reason why those are in the list like that. But yeah, that deck is like a few thousand US dollars. Like 1,000 something, I think. Yeah, 1,000 US dollars. So I'm not making it for a while. Because that's almost 2 grand here. That's just not something I can think about. Once the PC's upgraded, maybe. If I keep, like, whittling away cards in the background as well. But, like, what I say with art quality, by the way, where is it? Is it in here? Because I showed this earlier today. I did a little bit of art over the weekend, because I'm still trying to practice and improve myself. Getting back into it, and this is the art piece I had that I accidentally clicked another button with the fill tool, which is the funnier part, and it actually came out quite nicely, so I've left it alone since. But I do not think that this is anything close to a final product. I need to work harder on it. Keep my decks between 6 and 8 for my pod, if you ever go hunting for ideas. I'll keep that in mind, because, like, one of my friends I have does not have any chill. But yeah, here we go. There's the art that I did of Iron Mouse. And you can see what I mean with the fill tool accident, and I've just left it alone, because it just looks kind of cool. Because if I remove the colors and leave it with this is the sketch that I made for it. And then I was like doing all of this and then just accidentally hit the fill tool somewhere, and I was like, you know what, that looks cool, I'm leaving it. Came out with a cool style that I might see if I can replicate somehow later. That's why a lot of the stuff's still not like colored correctly and all that. Dude, I stand by. If they ever decide to make, like, a VTubers, a VTuber secret layer, I'm screwed. That's why I want to get the V card, cards that are coming out, like, very soon. But yeah, that took me, like, 2 hours to do over the weekend. So, I'm getting better. I'm getting better. There's a lot of character art too. Yeah, like I've seen some of them. They're awesome people. I will always be envious of their talent and skill. They're great people. They make D&D characters. Oh yeah, I did hear about that actually. I did see some stuff around that. I mean, I've also seen like some of the artists. What is the term for it? Like artist proofs that they've done for some of them as well. Really, really cool. They're just very talented people. Very, very talented people. I'm on the Discord. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome as hell. Like, do they post like some of the stuff that they're working on and all that in the Discord? Because that's really cool if that's the case. Obviously not like anything that would get them in trouble. Like, I definitely can see that being the case, but just like general art stuff. We share ideas, and they ask if we connected on Facebook. We connected there. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's awesome, though. That's awesome that they're like... I mean, again, it's one of those many things where, like, they are just people, so... They post whips and behind the scenes for projects. Oh, that's so cool! Oh, love that. They did a Murktide region for MTG and didn't even get a copy from Wizard. Wow! That's because it was so exclusive. That's kind of sad, but kind of funny. Oh, that is actually, yeah, that's kind of genuinely upsetting. Man. Like, oh, that's, yeah. Dude, I do not agree with how FOMO Magic has been getting, from what I've seen. As someone that's just newly into it all. They did all the artwork for the new release, Here Be Dragons book. Oh shit, I've seen that. Damn. That's cool. That's an awesome, like, lot of people to hang out with, I gotta say. There we go. They've made coloring pages for fans to color in. Oh. Okay, that's actually so cute. I love that, man. You made I'm fucking smiling something fierce. That's just cute as hell. Aww. Dude, they sound like an awesome bunch. This still resets, right? Yeah, it does still reset the skin. Also did the art for a book, segment called Mercy. Ooh. Okay, I'll have a look at that later. That's, dude, that sounds awesome. Hang out with such like cool people with that. And go to our gatherings. Oh, sick. That's super sick. See, this is the sad part of being in New Zealand again. Is just like opportunities like that are completely devoid to me. I do need to work on this character's sprite, because, like, first of all, the size of it's incorrect, because it's the old shape. Does need a bit of an update, and then when you're running, the tail disappears. Because I forgot to add the tail to the running animation. Interesting. When moving up, it takes that into consideration. Moving that way, it doesn't. That's an interesting scenario. This is also like one of the oldest sprites here, and I need to update this super badly. Christopher Hughes is the head of the order. I wish I knew the names. I do apologize for that. I feel like I'm doing a disservice not knowing. God, the tail on this. Yeah, the run animation needs to be fixed. That tail's not moving correctly. I'm a druid, by the way. Gotta love it. Dude, I want to play D&D one day. It definitely seems like a fun one. Like, one day I'll play one of those, like, tabletop RPG things like that. Roleplay RPG. Well, I know role-playing. Yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, one day I'll play one. I've got friends that have said they'll guide me through the process and have fun with that. I'm just so fucking terrible at being a workaholic that I never have time. One day I'll fix that. One day. No, IRL druid, not D&D. No, I'm just more like remembering what you were talking about earlier. Because you were also talking about like the D&D art stuff. And I just kind of like activated that part of my brain. Because like I have like a large version of the chat on the side there so I can read through all of it. And it's just, I read that bit again. Yeah. My brain's just fucking all over the place. Real life order of magic. Procrastinating druid. A practicing druid, sorry, yeah. No, I read that as procrastinating. Oh. Yeah, you can tell that it's been a long day, can't you? The procrastinating druids. Now, that sounds like a fun group. Oh no. I've only played a little bit of D&D. It seems like a really fun time. With the right kind of people. I mean, that's always the difficulty with those sorts of things, is like, you feel so requiring to get that right group of people to play them. Because you need people that are willing to, like, match your humor and your seriousness of the matter and all that, because I can say with utmost certainty, if I'm gonna play something like a tabletop RPG, I'm not gonna take that shit seriously. Like, I'm gonna play seriously, but I'm going to be an unserious character. I need chaos. I thrive off the silly. Why do you think I like, again, Commander and casual Commander in particular? That's why it's a good thing I probably don't ever get the chance to, like, design cards for a game like that, because my silliness would never let me get through it correctly. On a park roll is a fun time, if you don't attend it and just watch. I'll keep that in mind. Because Because, like, I've got my own card game that I'm ticking away at in the background. That's going to be a lovely single-player experience. I swear. And, like, there's some cards in that. It's, I'll keep that tabbed somewhere, because I've got a couple things tabbed now, actually. Let's see. I'm keeping all of these in mind, and I have a thing to look at the chat history really easily after stream. So I'll go through and have a squiz through some of these names and such. But yeah, like... I think I was talking with one of my friends from the local game store the other day about, like, if I was designing a card, how poorly it would go, because I threw together an idea real quickly. We went through the balance cycle of it, and how there is so many dangers with it. And that's the problem. It's like, I'd come up with way too weird and wacky stuff that I feel like normal Magic would never survive my silliness. And what was the card that I came up with again? It was, during your turn, anytime you would have life loss, deal that instead to another person. So, but it's only on your turn. Like, deal that to another target, I should say. Which just means that Toxic Deluge is you killed someone. I feel like the only requirement is you can only deal as much as you have health as well, so... Poor Skull goes to raids your home in search of alcohol to give you good luck for the coming year. That sounds amazing. That sounds great. Raid my house all you like, there's no alcohol here, and I'm sad about that. Like, waiting to be able to get another bottle of whiskey again. Oh. One of these days. Just goes to every bar, drinks them out, it's great. So, we've updated the tooltips. I need to work on the EXs, but for the EXs I need icons and assets. Which is a pain in the ass. The eternal pain that is getting more assets done for the game. An eternal struggle I will never be devoid of. Something I hope to not have to do again in another game. Ginger and whiskey you need? Yeah. I just need, like... I need something at this point. Ugh. I'm sure there's a good few drinks available at my local bottle shop. I just don't go down there often. Sure I can find something. Sure I can find something. Doesn't help that, like, most of the people I hang out with like beer, and I'm not a beer person. I like my harder liquors that have more flavor to them. Because I don't get drunk easily, so therefore I might as well drink something that I like in tasting. And most beer here in New Zealand sucks. Because they're all hops, and I don't like hops beer. The problem is I don't have a cheap palate. I think, like, the most beer I drink now is, it's a rice beer. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. It's Asahi Super Dry. I think it's off the top of my head what it is. think. Might be wrong. Haven't had that in months though. What am I getting pinged on this about? There we go. Alright. We're about 2 p.m., so I'm gonna probably call it here for today. I got a couple of things I'm gonna try and sort out for the next dev stream, like out assets, so we can get this next update out this week, is the hope. We've got good old Long Live the Queen. We're gonna do it one more time tomorrow, because I'm might as well try and get like the last few things done. We try and do a little bit of optimized run. I'll have a look at a couple of guides to just keep them in mind. Have a little bit of fun with it. Try and do some silly endings. But aside from that all, I think that's it for today. So, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye. Eating possums like jacket potatoes? Hell yeah.